The dreamer awakens in the world that is no world. Vibrant colours swirl around her like wind-blown mist. Even in the dream, she feels their caress. They are the embers of emotion, neither hot nor cold, gathered by age's hands to stoke a blaze beyond the stars. The dreamer recalls a time when she was at the mercy of emotion, of mortal frailty. A time before the dream, before her true purpose was revealed, before she was chosen, and she was still a vessel of flesh and blood. She pities the self that was for its weakness, its infirmity, and yet. The colours part before a gleam of silver. A sword. Her sword. No, it is too soon. She is still weary. The scars of yesterday have yet to heal. Golden light pierces the mists. Images spill across the dreamer's thoughts. The dead, the dying. A world drowned in blood and fire, and a galaxy torn asunder amidst dark laughter. There are no words. None are needed. The dreamer knows what is asked of her. She knows the price she will pay. Each time she journeys from the world that is no world, she does so diminished. A piece of her lost forever in the cackling void, a feast for the damned. One day she will sally forth, and she will not return. A part of her, that last remnant of mortality, wishes the burden would pass to another, that the peace she earned long ago might at last be hers. But if she does not shoulder the responsibility, then who will? The dreamer knows there is no other. She is alone, the first and last of a grand design never realized. The fading fragment of a dream that will never be. She knows better than any that the only failure worse than defeat is to not fight at all. The golden light enfolds her. The dreamer's hand closes around the sword. Elusive memory returns, and her strength with it. Her weariness recedes, washed away by renewed purpose. The mists billow and ebb. The dreamer lingers upon the threshold of the world that is no world. Already its colours have grown muted and drab. Part of her fades alongside. The price of duty. The price of faith. But it no longer matters. The decision is made. There can never be rest for one such as she. If this is to be her last battlefield, then the dreamer will face it unflinching. With a final whispered prayer, the dreamer hurls herself from the void and into the crucible of war. An age of darkness. It seems that the end of days must surely be nigh. Traitors, mutants, and heretics rebel in unprecedented numbers. The curse of the Psyker runs rampant through humanity's collective soul. The hellish energies of the warp press close against the veil of reality, and every day brings inevitable doom a little closer. To dwell within the Imperium of Man is to inhabit a dystopian nightmare. The faceless masses of humanity are little more than grist for the mill of survival, an ever-abundant fuel source that keeps the bloody wheels turning. Endless billions labor in the firelit confines of factory worlds, entire generations living and dying without ever seeing the sky. High cities groan with the weight of unimaginably vast human populations, whose existences are naught but toil and sorrow. From the bellies of Leviathan warships to the mindless drudgery of city-sized scriptoriums, from the crowded warrens of lightless underhives to the frozen misery of perilous asteroid mines. Every day is filled with hardship for the common folk of the Emperor's realm. And it is well that it is so. Those with their heads bowed by exhaustion cannot look up to see the horrors pressing close from the darkness above. The same cannot be said for humanity's leaders. To them falls the burden of knowledge, and the terrible weight of responsibility. Many times throughout its history, the Imperium has known great danger, yet rarely have matters been as bleak as this. The barbarous orcs multiply and spread in every corner of the galaxy, bringing mindless devastation to all in their path. The deathless legions of the necrons rise from their tomb worlds and ply the stars, seeking to exterminate the human vermin infesting their empires of old. On the eastern fringe, the Imperium faces the growing threat of the technologically superior Tau Empire, while from the outer darkness beyond the galaxy come the questing tendrils of the Tyranid hive fleets, devouring every world they overrun, yet all of these pale beside the most insidious threat of all, that of chaos. From beyond the veil of reality, the ruinous powers exhort their mortal followers to ever greater acts of diabolic cruelty and destruction, while demonic legions rip their way through the skin of real space in terrifying numbers. The defenders of the Imperium stand firm against these nightmarish threats. The teeming ranks of the Astra Militarum and Adeptus Mechanicus fight alongside the elite warriors of the Space Marines, the Adeptus Roritas and Grey Knights. For all their efforts, more worlds are lost every year, even supposedly impregnable strongholds, such as Enceladus and Minnesotira, being swallowed by anarchy. Dark omens and dread portents run rife. The Oracle of Ulandros has spoken for the first time in 10 generations, prophesying death on a scale never seen before. The famed Silver Saints of Callistos too weep tears of blood and ichor, and will not stop. Seers and mystics across the Imperium are beset by grandiose visions of mighty angels and monstrous devils doing battle in a firmament lit by ghostly fires. Even as much of Segmentum Pacificus falls ominously silent, astropathic choirs throughout Segmentum Solar have been overwhelmed by floods of psychic cries issuing from every corner of the galaxy. Around the Eye of Terror, Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade hammers against the Cadian Gate. In the Fenris system, brother fights brother as Magnus the Red wreaks a terrible vengeance upon those who wronged him. War is everywhere, from one end of the Imperium to the other, and yet those with the curse of foresight whisper of worse to come. Darkness looms upon the horizon, they warn. A Stygian tidal wave rushes closer with every passing hour to drown all of humanity beneath its icy waters. Chapter 1. The Shadow Descends. The Omnissiah filled the galaxy with mysteries so that we might learn from them, coming step by step closer to his perfect being. To ignore them, even in the face of war, is heresy. Archmagos Belisarius Cawl. In the grip of war. For 10,000 years, the bleak nether wastes of the Eye of Terror gnawed at the fabric of the galaxy, spewing their horrors into the Imperium of Man. And for every one of those 10,000 years, Cadia stood firm, an adamantium bastion given strength and purpose by the flesh, blood, and bone of the faithful. Yet there are no records of how many valiant souls have fallen defending the fortress worlds of the Cadian Gate, but by their sacrifice, the tide of traitors, heretics, and demons is stemmed. By their example, 1,000 worlds have known what little peace can be sought in this bleakest of epochs. But as the darkness grew ever darker, and the blaze of the Astronomicon guttered like a wind-blown candle, the Eye of Terror pulsed, its baleful energy spiraling outwards. Abaddon the Despoiler, heir to the cursed mantle of the arch-traitor Horus, at last unleashed the full might of his 13th Black Crusade. With a shriek that echoed nightmares from Medusa to Ultramar, the Despoiler's fleet slipped its moorings. Eternally vigilant Cadia, linchpin of the Imperium's defences, was the target. Cadia stood ready, Abaddon's campaign had long been foreseen by mystics and strategists alike, and the fortresses of the gate prepared for its coming. The Leviathan warships of Imperial battle fleets prowled the icy currents of deep space, from the radiation-torn wastes of Prosan to the ice-ridged plains of Solar Moriartis. Slab-sided Casa bastions there expanded. Their already formidable garrisons of shock troopers were reinforced by forces from across the Imperium. The splendid colours of knightly households flew alongside the proud sigils of the Adeptus Astartes. The scuttling war engines of the Adeptus Mechanicus mustered alongside gleaming ranks of the Adeptus Sororitas. And everywhere, the warriors of Cadia itself, drilled and trained for this moment, and this moment alone, awaited the battle that would define the galaxy for thousands of years to come. Millions perished in the opening assault, and millions more in the inexorable slaughter that followed. Worlds burned. Warriors uncounted bled their last for scraps of worthless, ravaged ground. Graveyards of twisted wreckage twisted in the solar winds, marking the demise of fleets whose firepower could have unmade whole systems. There was no time for mourning, for despair. Cadia's defenders battled on until all strength left them, and then went again into the fight, for there was no respite from the onslaught. The Cadian pylons. In a galaxy replete with mysteries, the Cadian pylons are amongst the most enduring. There are over 5,000 such edifices scattered across the surface of Cadia, each one standing some 500 yards above the surface and reaching 250 yards below. Reports differ, but it is understood that there could be anywhere between 2,000 and 3,000 more concealed below ground as a result of tectonic movement down the ages. Despite millennia of study, the Adeptus Mechanicus have yet to discover the purpose of the pylons. Servitors sent within invariably cease to function or suffer circuit overload. All attempts to breach the structure's gleaming surfaces have met with failure. Any recovered data is fragmentary at best and contradictory at worst. Even the identity of the pylon's creators is shrouded in mystery. Some among the cult Mechanicus believe the spires to be the work of the necrons, or their immortal antecedents. But then, there are those on Mars equally convinced that the pylons were constructed by the Old Ones for the sole purpose of destroying the necrons and the Catan. The one thing all investigators agree upon is that the pylons are responsible for the stable warp corridor known as the Cadian Gate. Adepts conjure that they emit a becalming signal, taming the roiling energies of the Imperium. Why this should be so, or even to what wider purpose this could be pressed, remains a mystery. Had this been a simple contest of arms, the Imperium might have been confident in Cadia's defences. But Abaddon's weapons were not limited to mortal means. The blessings of the dark gods were upon him, and their talents his to command. Plague devoured fortresses before a shot could be fired. Madness claimed the devout and the profane alike. And betrayal, the false promises whispered by prophets of damnation, this was the mightiest card in the despoiler's hand. As heresy spread, brother fought brother. Regiments were torn apart from within or purged with fire. Bastions, though secure from invaders, collapsed into infighting as the righteous vied with the corrupt. Yet it was from such betrayal that hope blossomed anew. When a cataclysmic act of treachery saw the slaughter of the Cadian High Command at Tyrock Fields, Ursakar Creed, commander of the famed Cadian 8th, took up the role of Lord Castellan and shouldered the burden of directing Cadia's embattled forces. Creed's rise altered the course of the conflict. His cold, calculating demeanour commanded the respect of common-born soldiers, the war-tempered brotherhoods of the Adeptus Astartes, and even, it is said, of the Xenos forces rumoured to have played some part in Cadia's defence. Through Creed's efforts, and through those of unsung heroes too numerous to tally, the Chaos incursion slowed and was finally repulsed. In its wake, It left a planetary system on the edge of collapse, and warriors too weary for celebration. Cadia's defenders had no way of contacting the system's outer worlds. Comms relays and choir beacons had been shattered. Those astropaths who risked setting their minds adrift on the tides of the warp suffered seizures, or else were consumed by the ravenous entities lurking beyond reality's veil. As artificers labored to restore the humble defenses, and sporadic battles raged with those invaders still present on Cadian soil, Creed contacted the remnant of the Imperial Navy still in orbit. At his request, those few vessels capable of moving under their own power departed to perform a reconnaissance of the outer system. In their absence, Creed grew ever more convinced that another assault was on its way. In all the long months of fighting, there had been no reports of Abaddon himself making planetfall. Would the despoiler, mortal foe of everything the Imperium stood for, yield his conquest without so much as lifting a blade in its cause? Creed's instincts told him otherwise, and he was too old a soldier not to trust them. Creed knew there was nothing he could do to prevent the despoiler's fleet from making passage through the Cadian Gate. What vessels of the Imperial Navy yet remained in orbit were little more than listing wrecks. The one exception was the Space War's battle barge, Farmane's Fang, coaxed from the brink of reactor overload by the ministrations of its Iron Priests. It alone could fight as a warship should. The others would roar like dragons should the foe come within range, but they could not pursue an enemy clawing hard for deep space. On the other hand, Creed suspected that pursuit would not be called for. Cadia was a symbol of the Imperium's resilience, and Abaddon's repeated failure. Pride would surely not let him bypass Cadia. Though they would perhaps perish in the process, the armies of Cadia could fulfill one last vital function. Every day they endured, every hour, was time in which reinforcements could arrive and cast Abaddon's forces back into the warp. And this time, for good. Thus Creed set his mind to issuing a challenge that the spoiler could not ignore. Only one of Cadia's chief fortresses had survived the invasion. Casa lay on the edge of the Elysian fields, a great expanse on Cadia Secundus, dominated by the famously unfathomable Cadian pylons. Creed withdrew his command behind Casa walls and set about what preparations he could to ready the fortress for what he increasingly regarded as an inevitable battle. Under Creed's basilisk gaze, archaeologists' tunnels, networks, and caverns were expanded and made ready for a last-ditch defense. Adepts of the cult Mechanicus labored night and day, stripping components from shattered bastions to coax new life into reparable Aegis defenses and weapons emplacements. All across Cadia Secundus, the tale was the same. Regiment upon regiment of shock troops labored to restore defenses savaged by bombardment and invasion. They did not strive alone. Savaged Adeptus Astartes battle companies, sometimes reduced to little more than a handful of squads, took their places in the defense. Their colors and heraldry bright against the drab Cadian fatigues. North of Casa, Orvan Heifel garrisoned his battle brothers in the ruins of Casa Jark. However, the Fenris-born Great Company was seldom to be found within the walls, electing instead to scour the cratered plains for the demons who had roamed there only days before. Though still haunted by the cost of recent campaigns, the Space Wars were determined to bring honor to both their new Wolf Lord and their old, the slain Egil Ironwolf, whose icons and name the company still bore until the stain of his death could be washed away. Further north still, the Dark Angel's Fourth Company reinforced the ruined substructure of their own crashed strike cruiser, Sword of Defiance, enough of whose armaments had survived the crash to render the downed battleship a formidable fortress in its own right. Guttural prayers echoed across the broken bastion lines of the south of Casa, each syllable in the thick sanctum cant of the Black Templars. Even now, Marshal Marius Amalric had little faith that the Cadian Guardsmen would hold, and had divided the warriors of his Cruxis crusade amongst them to thicken their ardour. Across the valley from Creed's forces, the Sisters of Our Martyred Lady garrisoned the sprawling shrine of St. Morrigan. Whenever the wind blew from the east, it carried gusts of incense across Cicatrix walls. Creed was glad to see the determination the pungent fumes instilled in his troops, but felt little stirring in his own heart. He had long since placed his faith in the roar of bombardment and the fighting spirit of the Cadian soldier. To his mind, there was no sense wishing for miracles unless you were prepared to forge them yourself, and so he did. In the days that followed, Creed drilled his soldiers hard, leaving them so weary they had no energy for doubt, or even for fear. For the first time, the massed regiments of Cadia understood the harsh tutelage that had made Creed's own command, the Cadian 8th, the formidable instrument of war it had become. As for the 8th themselves, they took perverse pride in the hardships meted out onto their comrades. The veterans amongst their ranks knew exactly why Creed acted as he did. They even welcomed his tirades, knowing they would temper others as they themselves had been tempered. But Creed's preparations were not restrained to the forging of flesh and blood. He salvaged the remains of the choir beacon from ruined Casa Luton and had it installed in Casa Craft. The beacon's bonded astropaths were long since dead, and so Creed requisitioned whatever psychers remained to him on Cadia and ordered their induction into the jury-rigged beacon. Very few were astropaths. Most were sanctioned psychers of the Scholastica Psychana, but Creed gambled that their raw power would help their true astropaths punch through the psychic turbulence that had severed Cadia and bring him some badly needed reinforcements. This strategy met with objections within Creed's own command. A few viewed it as a squandering of a finite resource, and most feared that untrained minds would draw warp-born horrors directly onto Cadia itself. Creed had already resolved to press ahead when a defense monitor, the sole survivor of the reconnaissance fleet, limped into outer orbit. The Pyrax Orcades' starboard flank was a ruin of scored and seared metal. 2/3 of its crew were dead, and the rest would perish from rad poisoning before the day was out. The sole remaining officer gave a garbled account of what he'd seen, but the sensor readings allowed no ambiguity. Abaddon's Black Fleet was inbound for Cadia. An angry swarm of warships, demon vessels, and space hulks so massive it eclipsed the stars. Worse, at its core sat the malevolent, planet-killing bulk of a Blackstone fortress. Creed's fears had come to pass. Abaddon's 13th Black Crusade hadn't ended. Indeed, it had barely begun. The metallic tang of oil and unguent rankled at Creed's nostrils. Lights flickered fitfully on access panels. Data streams scuttled across monitor displays, their meaning a shrouded in mystery as the robed figures who stood silent watch over them. "Is it ready?" Margus Clan broke his vigil to stare at Creed. He was more human than most of those the Lord Castellan had dealt with over the years, at least on the surface. But still, there was something arachnid about the jerking precision of his movements, a spider at the heart of his web. "It will serve." Clan's words had a metallic edge. "It is not without risk." Creed let his gaze fall across the 10 score capsules arranged above the chamber in 3 concentric circles. Arranged above the chamber in 3 concentric rings. Each held a psyker, wired body and soul into the mechanisms of the choral beacon. Bundled cables spiraled away between one capsule and the next, the strands of Clan's web binding its prey together. On the central dais, a lone astropath hung suspended from a forest of cables and data lines. The beacon needed a focus, one who would shape the distress hymnal and give it purpose. And maybe, just maybe, punch through the roiling warp tides that had enveloped Cadia. Creed approached the dais and stared up into the astropath's empty eye sockets. "You understand what is required." Pallid flesh twitched, the astropath's rictus of pain giving way to a moment of stillness. "I do." Creed nodded. What more was there to say? Turning his back on the astropath, he focused his attention on the Magos. Begin. The Magos hunched over the console, mechadendrites working in concert with gauntleted hands. Creed felt the pressure wave build. Every nightmare he'd ever had, every fear he'd ever admitted, clawed at the back of his brain, called forth by 100 wailing voices. Capsules sparked, their vis plates crackling and falling dark. The astropath threw back his head and issued a tremulous, pitiful scream. The pressure in Creed's mind burst. The astropath slumped lifeless against the cables, black fluid trickling from his empty eyes. Mortality rate at 92%, grated the Magos. Within anticipated projections? Creed swallowed, banishing his nightmares back to their cage. Did it work? Data is inconclusive, the Magos offered, a shrug, his mechadendrites mimicking the hunching of his shoulders. What next? Next? Creed snorted. Reinforcements would come, or they would not. Either way, the answer was the same. We fight. Cadia stands. Buried secrets. Far from Cadia, amidst the dust-blown waste of Eriad 6, a 50-year labor teetered on the brink of disaster. For thousands of years, the Eriad system had been considered worthless. Bathed in the radioactive grip of an angry star, its planets had little in the way of resources to make colonization worthwhile. Strategically, it had been judged expendable. In early Millennium 32, the Imperial Navy established an orbital outpost at Eriad 6. For a time, the world was used as a staging area, only to be abandoned when Abaddon the Despoiler's Fourth Black Crusade swept through Eriad in Millennium 34. With the great citadel of Cromarch under threat from Abaddon's forces, Naval High Command had no desire to squander limited resources on an outpost with so little value. The defense of Eriad 6 ended almost with the first salvo, and Abaddon's crusade swept onwards. Eriad went unremarked upon by the scribes of their administratum for nearly 6 millennia, until warpstorm Storiel forced the explorator vessel Wayward Eye to make an emergency re-entry into real space. Locked within Eriad by the vagaries of Storiel, the Wayward Eye's captain took it upon himself to perform a detailed survey of the system. In the process, he discovered that the surface of Eriad 4 had been subjected to massive bombardments in the distant past. Subsequent investigations revealed technological fragments of unknown origin scattered across the northern continent, with the suggestion of further secrets sealed deeper beneath the surface. It was unclear how such treasures could have been unnoticed during the Imperium's presence in the system, but the Wayward Eye's captain surmised that the bombardment itself must have revealed Eriad 6's secrets. Before the captain could complete his investigations, the warp storm at last cleared. Long overdue, the Wayward Eye submitted a report of its findings and left the Eriad system behind, as uninhabited as the day the explorator ship had arrived. It would not remain so for long. In the years that followed, 2 fleets arrived at Eriad. The first was the Conclave Acquisitores of Archmagus Belisarius Cawl. Having received the Wayward Eye's report en route to his original destination, Cawl waylaid the fleet's mission to make orbit, hungry to learn the secrets hidden beneath Eriad's cratered skin. The ancient tech priest had spent the better part of 10 millennia engaged in his repetitive labors on Mars, and the temptation of new discoveries was too strong to deny. Establishing a compound in the artifact-rich fields of the northern continent, Cawl began the delicate business of retrieval and investigation. The recovered artifacts varied massively in size. Some were no larger than a servo skull, while others dwarfed the cataphrons who stood silent sentry upon the dig site's perimeter. All were fused and cracked, giving few clues to their original purpose, but the mysteries tantalized Cawl, and he resolved to bore deeper into Eriad's crust to find his answers. It was then that the second fleet arrived in the system. Cawl's ships had been drawn to Eriad by the lure of hidden knowledge. The newcomers, an Orc fleet under the brutish dominion of Big Mech Gangrek, were drawn by the engine signatures of Cawl's own vessels. Gangrek had visions of seizing the Mechanicus ships, swelling his own fleet to match his ambitions. In this, his reach badly exceeded his grasp. Gangrek's ramshackle vessels were obliterated in a savage near-orbit battle, his crews escaping fiery demise only through a last-minute teleporter evacuation. Cawl, satisfied that the victory had fallen well within calculated parameters, returned his attention to his excavations. Gangrek's boys quickly adapted to Eriad 6's high-rad environment. More than that, they thrived. Spared the fury of orbital bombardment by roiling dust storms, they harried Cawl's compound. Each raid garnered wrecks and stolen technology to be pressed into service alongside the kill cruiser debris still raining down upon the Eriad Badlands. Cawl's adepts saw only the sporadic nature of the raids and did not recognize the larger plan, chiefly because Gangrek had no fixed goal. The mech was unpredictable even by Orc standards. This was anathema to the rigorous, methodical warriors of the Omnissiah. What they could not anticipate, they could not defeat. Time and again, Skitarii patrols found themselves ambushed and overrun. Iron Striders braved the dust storms to close in on Gangrek's outposts, only to discover that the lean-to buildings had been mined, and their own staging bastions were under fire. Finally, Cawl ripped his attention from his studies, taking direct command of the incipient disaster. Recognizing the need to set Gangrek an irresistible lure, he ordered the next supply drop to occur on the very edge of the compound. The Big Mech's hunger for looted material had been the only constant in his inconstant war, and Cawl was determined to take whatever advantage he could. Thus, when Gangrek's boys stormed the landing fields, they discovered transport craft not bursting with supplies, but with waiting Skitarii. The ensuing battle lasted well into the frozen Eridian night. Shooter fire and bellowed battle cries, vying with the methodical volleys of Skitarii rifles and the machine argot of electro-priests. Under Cawl's direct leadership, the warriors of the Adeptus Mechanicus won their first real victory since the Greenskins had come to Eriad 6. The Mechanicus compound held, though only by the slimmest of measures. The turning point came with Gangrek's fiery demise in the rays of Cawl's solar atomizer. But though the Orcs withdrew, thousands more remained beyond the arc fences. It was clear to the Archmagos that his hold on Eriad 6 was slipping. Weighing the probabilities, he regretfully decided to abandon his studies and return to the original mission that had brought him from Mars. He had indulged his curiosity for too long, imperiled the valuable cargo aboard his ship, and forgotten his obligations. Giving the evacuation order, Cawl descended into the tunnels one last time. Cawl ran a hand across the smooth black shard. If only he had more time. The deeper they delved into Eriad 6, the more complete were the fragments. Discovery could be mere days, hours away. No. Impatience would gain him nothing. Whatever treasures this planet held, they could wait. He could not risk leaving the relic aboard his Archmechanicus any longer. I will return. Now they would collapse the tunnels, seal the Greenskins away from their prize. And on that glorious day of return, the Orcs would quail before the Omnissiah's fury. Cawl turned to leave, but halted, uncertain. He swept his gaze around the cavern, eye lenses clicking and whirring as they scoured the shadows. He was alone, and yet instinct told him otherwise. More than instinct. Was that the ghost of laughter? Reveal yourself. The shadows shifted. Cawl had the sense of a hooded woman, a featureless mask swirling like smoke. The calibration came without conscious direction. Implants slid smoothly into war mode. Power flooded the circuits of the atomizer, the sensation like blood flow returning to a numbed limb. Binaric data flooded the empty tiers of Cawl's mind, divine algorithms seeking out the intruder's weaknesses. The intruder leaned closer. "Do you not remember me, Belisarius?" Cawl scoured the jumbled Bible archived in his third consciousness, fragments of memory, and a name. Veilwalker. A data burst suddenly lit up his mind. She had come to him in his forge on Mars, where he had laboured so long at his sacred task. She had compelled him to venture forth, to take his precious cargo to its long-intended destination. "The time is now," she had whispered, and he had been unable to resist. How strange that, until now, he had forgotten that meeting. The Shadow Seer's mask settled, forming a countenance that Cawl hadn't seen for millennia. The likeness lingered for a moment, then dissolved into a vortex of dancing lights. "If you are here to remind me once again of old promises, Xenos, then you have come too late. My ships are already preparing to depart as we speak," Cawl said. Veilwalker laughed. "The music of destiny is changing. The dancers must learn new steps, or perish in the fading notes." Cawl stared at her blankly. "I am here to tell you to keep digging," said Celandra Veilwalker. Then, in a flicker of light, she was gone. A dolorous warning. The first alarm came from the bell of St. Gestal. For thousands upon thousands of years, it had sat in silence upon its pedestal, constant, content to while away eternity in the vast collection of artifacts possessed by Trazyn the Infinite. Then, on a day seemingly little different to any other in the unchanging halls of Solemnus, the bell began chiming with ever greater force, in full and inexplicable defiance of the stasis vault housing it. The first doleful note it chimed split the vaulted ceilings of the bell's stasis chamber, unleashing a flood of coolant that instantly dissolved the last example of Uliak sand sculpture in existence. The second note triggered a logic cascade within the circuits of Solemnus's master program, causing it to wrongfully command each and every one of the Tomb World's warrior legions to return to stasis sleep. By the time the bell of St. Gestal sounded its third chime, the reverberations had grown sufficiently destructive that even the composite alloys of necron flesh could not withstand its onslaught. Trazyn lost 5 surrogate bodies in his increasingly desperate attempts to bring about silence. After the 13th chime, and just as the collateral damage finally outpaced Solemnus's canoptic custodian's ability to contain it, the bell of St. Gestal finally fell silent. Pausing only to cast the contraption into the depths of the webway, where he profoundly hoped it would bedevil the Eldar as much as it had lately inconvenienced him, the Lord of Solemnus pondered the meaning of it all. Departing Solemnus, Trazyn made for Thanatos, crown world of the Oroskar dynasty, and home to the wonders of the celestial orrery. His welcome in those halls was less than effusive, in part due to a misunderstanding over the Oroskar glyph of dominance, which had gone missing during a prior visit. However, after bargains were struck and promises made, Trazyn was finally permitted access to the orrery itself, if under the watchful gaze of Oroskar Lich Guards. As he stepped into the whirling sphere of living metal and holographic light, Trazyn realized something was amiss. The intricate webs that formed the links of the orrery were underlit by a crimson stain. It pulsed beneath the weave of worlds like an infection, forcing its way to the surface. Something was coming. Something that would change the shape of the galaxy. Thus far, it had gone unnoticed, but there was no hiding anything from the celestial orrery, for it was not merely a representation of the galaxy, but a perfect reflection of it. Trazyn realized that Oroskar had known about the rising corruption for centuries, perhaps even millennia, but had made no move to combat it. They could not, for inaction was the price of custodianship. But Trazyn had no such restraint. Indeed, he acknowledged no master save his own amusement. He could act if he chose. After untold millennia, there was some appeal in playing at selflessness. But where to begin? Where was the cause of the corruption? Trazyn lost track of time studying the orrery's pathways, searching for the wellspring of the galaxy's woes, the source of the blight worming its way through the galaxy's heart. At last he found it, far to the galactic northwest, bordering the Eye of Terror. In the orrery, that world was catalogued as a string of trinary data whose details Trazyn deliberately forgot. To the Imperium, it was known as Cadia. Trazyn couldn't recall setting foot there, not in all his travels. To his understanding, it was a drab grey world, of interest only to the bellicose. On the other hand, if the role of saviour grew tiring, Cadia would surely offer opportunities to expand his collection. The door shuddered, then hissed open. Water crystals formed on the pock-marked metal of Trazyn's body. He didn't even need to examine the statue's panel to know that Phalanxes ZX48 through ZX128 wouldn't marshal for battle any time soon. They were frozen solid, just like all the others. "Why did I ever bring that wretched bell here?" Trazyn muttered, even though he knew precisely why he'd done so. The Shrine World's guardians had been just as desperate to keep the bell of St. Gestal as the Black Legion had been to destroy it. Thousands of lives cast into oblivion in pursuit of one singular artifact, and all for nothing, as events had transpired. That story alone made it worth preservation, or so Trazyn had originally thought. Now, with half his stasis vaults collapsed or ankle-deep in coolant, and his legions frozen at the Commander Solemnis's damaged master program. Trazyn keyed the release. The door jerked close. He could hardly make the journey undefended. Cadia was a near-permanent war zone, and he'd not survived the endless eons since biotransference by taking unnecessary risks. Perhaps one of his peers would lend him a phalanx or two. Imitic of the Sautek, perhaps. No. Not after Somanor. In fact, now Trazyn came to consider it, he didn't have any peers left who wouldn't turn him down outright, or else use the opportunity to assassinate him. Then perhaps one of his contacts within the Imperium itself. No. They were too parochial. There had been that one Inquisitor. A shame what had happened to her. But humans took such great delight in killing one another. No. Sadly, Valeria would be of no assistance. But maybe she held the key, or at least invited a certain sardonic justice. His spirits restored, Trazyn headed deeper into the catacombs, searching for one particular vault. The fate of Phalanx. As the tides of the 13th Black Crusade washed across the Cadian Gate, jealous eyes sought advantage elsewhere. The Iron Warrior's warsmith, Chantu, and the demon prince Be'lakor thought to upstage Abaddon's latest crusade by striking directly at Terror. Emerging from a warp rift at the heart of the battle fortress Phalanx, they sought to seize command of the mighty vessel and turn its unparalleled weaponry onto the Emperor's palace itself. Victory seemed assured. 5 companies of the Imperial Fists had already departed upon the crusade of vengeance, unleashing the righteous fury of Dawn against the fortresses of Medrengard. 3 others were scattered across the Segmentum Obscurus on missions of vital importance. That left some 30 battle brothers of the First Company, alongside the newly reconstituted and unblooded Third, to repel the assault on their beloved sanctum. Captain Tor Garadon, master of the Third, took command, rallying the bond-serfs of Phalanx's crew alongside his battle brothers. Though badly outnumbered, the defenders of the venerable battle fortress knew every hall and chamber of their home, and used their knowledge to bloody effect. Ground was yielded only to draw the snarling demons into the jaws of ambush. The armoured castellum, fortresses within the fortress, kept firing until their ammunition was spent and their positions overrun by the Iron Warriors' clanking war engines. It was not enough. Assaulted by the insidiousness of the Dark Guards and the machine viruses of Shontu's warpsmiths, the very flesh of Phalanx rebelled. Automated defences turned on their creators, rad baffles cut out, flooding hallways with reactor waste. Grav and life support failed across the entire forward superstructure. Hangars vented without warning, and wherever the Iron Warriors advanced, elegant stonework and golden panelling that had endured since the time of dawn writhed and twisted. Screaming faces distended the surfaces from within. Soon, whole decks resembled nothing so much as the nightmare bastions of Medrengard. The Imperial fists held their ground with a tenacity worthy of their long-dead Primarch. But with every passing moment, more of the fortress ships succumbed to the infestation. Already, the machine spirits of its dorsal batteries eroded beneath the warpsmith's insidious designs. Garadon knew that a planetary bombardment would soon follow. The last testament of Dawn's great prize would be one of failure. Worse, it will be one of treachery. Faced with the unthinkable, Garadon took the only course open to him. This was a foe that could not be bested by bolter and chainsword, nor even through the unswerving valour of the Adeptus Astartes. Withdrawing his forces from the infected sections, he ordered Phalanx's weaponry turned inward. With them, he would cut away the disease, as would the chirurgeon. Garadon felt each strike of the fusion beamers as if upon his own flesh, but the necessity of the hour allowed for no compromise. Fully 1/10 of Phalanx's mass was lost to that scouring, either obliterated by the strike of its own weaponry, or cut free by the same to suffer a fiery demise in Terra's atmosphere. But the sacrifice had been worth it. As Holy Terror consumed Phalanx's ravaged flesh, the machine virus's hold was shattered. Seizing the opportunity, Garadon set Phalanx onto a blind heading, hurling the fortress adrift into the tides of the Immaterium. Whatever the fortress's fate, it would not be wielded as a weapon by the ruinous powers. With the worst of all fates cheated, Garadon rallied what remained of his battle brothers and set forth to scour the last of Shontu's presence from Phalanx. Alas, Garadon had underestimated his foe. Though the bulk of the Iron Warriors had perished during the excision of Phalanx's corruption, the fury and resolve of Be'lakor's demons had heightened the moment the fortress plunged into the Immaterium. Thus, though Shontu's death beneath the vengeful power fists of Terminator Squad Furin did much to restore lost honour, it did little to alter Phalanx's fate. His forces weary and diminished, Garadon elected to make his stand in the Chamber of Storms, beneath the granite gaze of chapter masters long dead, witnesses to their inheritors' valour. As the gold cloth of the Third Company banner defiantly unfurled, Be'lakor's mocking laugh echoed around the chamber. The defenders of Phalanx gave no ground that day. The roar of bolt guns vied with the screams of dying demons and the blasphemous curses of the dead. Hellfire blackened the walls and shriveled the souls of the fallen. Be'lakor spent his forces carelessly, hurling them into oblivion with the surety of a general on the brink of victory. Malice and disappointment boundless played their parts also, for with Phalanx's departure from Terra, Be'lakor's quest to overmatch Abaddon's glories had met with rank failure. Once again, the First Damned had slipped into the shadow of a mortal champion. Thus Be'lakor spent the coin of his thrall's lives carelessly, confident that the tides of the warp would replenish his ranks where those of Phalanx's defenders would only diminish. But not all the forces within the unpredictable Immaterium bend their knee to the dark designs of chaos. As Be'lakor at last deigned to join the battle, one such faction drew nigh. Hellfire found itself contested by the flames of sacrifice as the spectral brothers of the Legion of the Damned entered the fray. Demons withered in the spirit fires, and no matter how Be'lakor railed and pleaded with his dark masters, his ranks were not renewed. Caught between the Sons of Dawn and the sepulchral warriors of the Legion, the demon's grip upon Phalanx slackened. The Chamber of Storms, no longer the site of a last stand, now became the stage upon which a great victory played out. By the time Bellicor, his undying flesh rent and pummeled by the grasp of Garadon's power fist, cast himself into the nothingness beyond Phalanx's Geller field, the outcome was no longer in doubt. Phalanx had been saved. As Phalanx's crew wrestled to bring the mighty fortress under control, Garadon took stock of his losses. The price of victory had been steep. A tenth of Phalanx's structure had been lost to save the remainder. The ravaged hull was marred by altogether too many wrecked weapon emplacements, launch bays and shield projectors, and manned by a crew little above half strength. Of Garadon's third company, the Sentinels of Terror, only 48 battle brothers would fight again. Of Sergeant Furin's demi-company of the first, a mere 15 survived. As seemed ever the case, a great victory for the Sons of Dawn had come at an equally great cost. Oddly, the Legion of the Damned had not vanished at battle's close, as was usually their wont. Instead, they stood silent vigil in the Chamber of Storms, unmoving and unspeaking. Save for Garadon himself, all avoided that hallowed place, discomforted by the grim spectres whose presence seemed to chill the air, even as fire crackled across their armour. But not even Garadon could bring himself to question the cadaverous sergeant who stood at the Legion's head. That they were waiting for something seemed obvious. But what? Commodore Travail, Phalanx's senior serving officer, recommended that the battle fortress set return course for Terra, or else make full speed for the great shipyards of Mars to commence much-needed repairs. Garadon was minded to agree, but couldn't shake the feeling that fate had other plans for venerable Phalanx. No sooner had Phalanx's heading altered towards Terra once more than librarians intercepted a garbled and desperately brief distress hymnal. Cadia called for aid. Travail and Foran argued that neither Phalanx nor its crew were in any condition to respond, but Garadon overruled all objections. A sword sheathed, he argued, served no one. Phalanx's first duty was not to itself, but to the Imperium, and all present knew Cadia's importance. The decision made, Phalanx's aged plasma drives fired anew, ploughing a new furrow through the materium. Only when the tremors of distressed metal faded away did Garadon's eye fall across a shadowed corner of the fortress's command sanctum. Fire flickered in the darkness, and the Legion's sergeant offered what might have been a brief nod, or might equally have belonged entirely to Garadon's imagination. The might of the despoiler. In the interplanetary void of the Cadian system, Abaddon's true assault gathered pace. Like a spear cast from the depths of the Eye of Terror, the Black Fleet flew true for Cadia, the chief bastion of resistance remaining within the gate. The Black Fleet's outriders were but fodder to shield the grim, proud warships that came behind. Interplanetary haulers and cargo hulks, they were barely armed, but their crews possessed all the fiery zeal of recent converts to the way of unbelief. Beyond this swarm came score upon score of blasphemous war vessels, the ebon cruisers of the despoiler's own court, plague ships, their lumpen hulls belching vile fluids into the void with every course correction, the cabal ships of the Thousand Suns, and the blood-red leviathans of the World Eaters. And amongst them, vessels of malefic legend, the virulent Terminus Est, the Fortress of Agony, and the ominous bulk of the Will of Eternity, last known survivor of the Blackstone fortresses. Few under Abaddon's command knew his true purpose in grinding Cadia beneath his heel. Most gave it little thought. For the dark prophets of the Word-bearers and their teeming disciples, this was destiny, foretold by the Chaos Gods long ago. For the Night Lords and their ilk, this was the hour in which terror would reign. For the Alpha Legion, this was but another stage in a many-faceted and eternal design, no more or less vital than a dozen other strands. Other warlords came to spread the blessings of their gods, to forge their own legends, or to slack 10,000 years of hatred in the blood of the Imperium's defenders. Others still had no lucid motivation, the madness of war upon them, and they would fight until its fury was spent. All who sought to stall that onslaught's passage paid with their lives and their souls. The remnants of battle fleets Corona and Scaurus, themselves bloodied during the first wave of the 13th Black Crusade, met the outliers of the despoiler's fleet in the outer orbit of Vigilatum. Their crews fought to the last, mantras of faith upon their lips, even as the atomic fires of breached plasma reactors consumed them. Still, Abaddon's fleet swept on. As the first Chaos cruisers entered the Iron Graveyard, the drifting remains of a Cadian sector fleet lost during the very first Black Crusade, their rimward flank evaporated beneath sustained Nova cannon fire. Admiral Dostov had concealed the surviving Victory-class battleships of his battle group amidst the lifeless wrecks, and they now sought retribution for their comrades lost at Vigilatum. Had valor alone been enough to light the forges of triumph, Dostov would have smithied a mighty blade in that hour. But Abaddon could have suffered tenfold the losses Dostov inflicted before it even sparked his notice. Fresh bones littered the Iron Graveyard, and still Abaddon's fleet swept on. The Will of Eternity. The colossal Blackstone fortresses represented a pinnacle of technology never seen equaled by mankind. 6 such artifacts were discovered scattered across the Gothic sector, and it was there that the Imperium pressed them into service. Though the Adeptus Mechanicus only unlocked a fraction of the Blackstone's potential, that fraction was more than sufficient to see them employed as naval fortifications of frightening power. During Abaddon's 12th Black Crusade, 4 of the 6 Blackstones were destroyed, but not before the Imperium suffered firsthand the effects of the fortress's innate warp-fueled weaponry. A single Blackstone had the power to obliterate a planet. 3, working in concert, possessed the raw might to destroy a star. Thus perished the Tyrannus system, its defenders slaughtered just as surely as if by a blow from the dark gods themselves. The 2 remaining Blackstones were seized by the despoiler and twisted to fulfill his own objectives. Indeed, surviving reports indicate that the Blackstone that appeared in the Cadian system during the initial phase of the 13th Black Crusade was inhabited and controlled by a demonic presence of a magnitude far greater than anything yet encountered. Unreliable accounts state the Blackstone fortress was destroyed, perhaps rendering the Will of Eternity the last such vessel in existence. On Cadia, the revelation that Abaddon yet had a Blackstone fortress at his command threw Creed and his fellow commanders into a flurry of activity. The Blackstone alone possessed sufficient firepower to cleave Cadia's crippled orbital defenses and then scour all trace of life from the world itself. One hope remained. From the very moment Abaddon had revealed the Blackstone's true potential back in the days of the Gothic War, the Cult Mechanicus had labored to counter the warp beam's fury. Conventional defenses alone were of little use. Neither shield nor armor could abate the raw, unmaking energies of the Immaterium itself. Necessity being a whip crack behind invention, a partial solution was found. By amalgamating the sciences of the Void Shield and Gellerfield, it was possible to emit an energy canopy to destabilize and dissipate the warp beam. Cadia's null array had been completed shortly before the first onset of the 13th Black Crusade. Unfortunately, none of the projection emplacements had survived the siege intact. Thus far, Creed had focused his reconstruction efforts on restoring the defenses necessary to fight a conventional war. With word of the Will of Eternity's approach, this now changed. Every adept of the machine god on Cadia was tasked with breathing new life into the null array. Bastions and emplacements painstakingly restored to function were stripped anew. Tech priests and engineers labored without rest, passing far beyond natural tolerances as they strove to achieve the impossible. By the time Abaddon's fleet was within a day of orbit, it was clear that those efforts would not be enough. Cadia was rich in flesh and bone, in faith, and even in determination. But time had run out. Magos Clan dourly reported that even at best projection, Casa Craft's null array could not be coaxed even to partial effectiveness. More time was needed, and there was none. It was then that Sven Bloodhowl of the Space Wolves proposed a solution, or at least the hope of one. His battle barge, the Firemane's Fang, was the sole motive vessel left in orbit around Cadia. His fire howlers would take the ship into the heart of Abaddon's fleet, board the Will of Eternity, and do what they could to slow its progress. Such was the counsel of desperation, but in dark times desperation must be embraced and transmuted into strength. Thus Bloodhowl's great company did not undertake this mission alone. All told, nearly 200 battle brothers of the Adeptus Astartes embarked on the Firemane's Fang. Only 58 hailed from Sen's own brotherhood. Others came from companies that had been torn asunder during the invasion, lone battle brothers and shattered squads, determined to strike one last blow against the despoiler's forces and claim revenge for their fallen brothers. So too went the survivors of the Cadian 13th, accompanied by a full maniple of Martian Skitarii. The garrison of Casa Craft cheered as the bright star of the Firemane's Fang broke orbit, but contact was lost almost at once, and the cheers faded soon after. Creed's mantra of "Cadia stands" echoed along the redoubts and bastions of Cadia. Few embraced it at first, though all dissenters were careful to avoid voicing their doubts. Cadia had already severed Abaddon's left hand. Perhaps the right could be similarly crushed, but even valor needed firm ground on which to stand, and the Will of Eternity had the power to strip that away. Creed knew the mood of his soldiers, for their doubts were his also. Inactivity gnawed at him, so he combated it with action. As the projected hour grew steadily closer, Creed remained on the move, touring the defences of Cadia Secundus, greeting his officers with firm handshakes and clear eyes, addressing the assembled ranks of veterans and initiates alike with confidence that could have moved mountains, had he only set it to that purpose. Yet confidence billowed in all who heard his words, holding back the fears each man and woman felt. Cadia stands. Cadia stands. The words took on new meaning in Creed's wake. Cadia would stand for the Emperor, but it would also stand for Creed. None could have guessed that Creed's fears were every ounce as heavy as their own, perhaps more so. For with each passing hour, he grew ever more convinced that the light of the Emperor no longer touched upon the Cadian Gate, that the Father of Mankind had abandoned them to the darkness. Creed chided himself for his doubts, reminded himself that such thoughts were those of the apostate, the heretic. Yet still, the doubts remained, hidden from all, or almost so. Though the two never spoke of it, Jaren Kell knew the darkness gathering in Creed's mind, but he kept that secret, as he had kept many others over the years. The vanguard of Abaddon's fleet arrived at dawn, greeted by a salvo of fire and defiance. The crippled warships in orbit leveled their last fury against the Black Fleet, joined in wrath by the planetary batteries Creed had worked so hard to restore. Plasma drives flamed and went dark, delivering traitor vessels into the merciless embrace of Cadia's gravity well. The sky blazed with pinpricks of fire, each marking the creation of another martyr or a heretic's long overdue demise. But this was merely the forerunner, the prologue. As the last of Cadia's hobbled fleet blazed into darkness, a new moon appeared in the sky, an 8-pointed star of abyssal stone, broken only by the angry red glare of a single Cyclopean eye. All of Cadia held its breath. The Will of Eternity had come at the appointed hour. Bloodhowl had failed. His sacrifice, and that of his battle brothers, had been for nothing. The eye blazed. A beam of searing light leapt planetward, and dispersed amongst the clouds. Cheers erupted across Casa, none more heartfelt than those of its Lord Castellan. Only Magus Clan remained silent. He'd personally inspected the Casacraft's projection grid less than an hour before, only to find his adept slain and alien technology interwoven with array's circuits, technology that goaded the troubled machine spirits to trebled efficiency, making that one array capable of shielding all of Cadia. The mystery rankled at Clan, who even without the deaths of his acolytes would have distrusted any binaric miracle that did not arise from his own hand. But as the cheers faded and the skies blackened with traitor dropships, he tore his attention back to the breaking storm. The mystery would wait. The siege of Cadia Secundus had begun. The siege of Cadia Secundus. At an unseen signal, bright sparks marred the brooding silhouettes of the Black Fleet. With a thunderous roar, the first bombardment wave hammered past the descending dropships, heralds of death for the slaughter to come. The bedrock of Cadia Secundus, already battered from the first invasion, churned anew beneath a storm of macro cannons, melter torpedoes, and hellfire. Void shields buckled under the implacable storm, sky shields crackled. Some held, others collapsed in bursts of brilliant light, secondary explosions coming close behind as the barrage swept the stones behind clean of life. Outbound fire blazed from the bastions of Casa, the fortress's defense lasers and sky fire batteries scouring the heavens for incoming dropships. Most fired blind, but accuracy mattered little. The despoiler's forces swarmed like flies come to a feast. West of Casa, the macro batteries of Casa Stark roared one last time, the bellow of the guns consumed by a deafening thunder crack as a melter torpedo pierced the subterranean magazine. To the north, the wreck of the Sword of Defiance roared a broadside into the skies, the spread of cannon fire destroying a skull-proud dropship and sending its Helldrake escorts pinwheeling away. Valkyrie gunships of Clavin Streckers, howling 119th, screamed into prearranged clear-fire corridors behind salvos, then broke away across the furious skies, braving fire and counterfire as they hunted their prey. Across the redoubts of Cadia Secundus, anxious hearts prayed that the foe's nerve would break, that the siege would be won in the skies, not upon the walls of Casa and its outliers. Such was a vain hope. The dropships were too many, and the defences too few. The southernmost spur of Casa Martyr's rampart shattered as its void shields failed. Fresh salvos crashed home to exploit the weakness, unseating guns the size of hab-blocks and burying hundreds beneath charred rubble. Creed saw the destruction and sent orders for the survivors to withdraw. Casa yet had 3 unbreached and thinly defended curtain walls above its central keep. There was no sense in losing lives in a wasteland when fortifications cried out for defenders. At once, the Cadian defenders abandoned the Martyr's rampart, risking the bombardment's fury to reach the comparative shelter of Casa. Fortune abandoned hundreds in that hour. Soon the churned fields between the southernmost rampart and first curtain wall was a field of smouldering wrecks and scorched corpses. But for every stalwart soul who perished, another 4 reached the outer curtain. Officers bellowed instructions, and the survivors rallied to fresh defences. Only the Black Templars made no move to retreat. Marshal Amarich spat on Creed's orders. He had chosen his ground, and he would defend it to the last. As the dropships closed for final approach, the Helldrake escorts peeled away, strafing the ramparts of Casa and the makeshift redoubts of the shrine of Saint Moricon. A new sound filled the air, a shrill wave like sinners burning in the fires of damnation, but multiplied 10,000 times over. Seconds later, the first Dreadclaw slammed into the walls of Casa. Ramparts crashed down, disgorging warriors of the Word-Bearers and the Alpha Legion into the heart of Creed's defences. At first, the massed volleys of the Astra Militarum drove the invaders back, but then blasphemous icons rose high into air choked with smoke and dying screams. The fabric of reality crackled, and howling demons joined the fray. Everywhere the tale was the same. The roar of traitor bolt guns joined by the bellowed battle cries of blood-slick demonkin. Gun emplacements fell from within, even as they traded fire with the foe, the defenders torn apart by hellblade and claw. Some platoons, stricken with terror, threw down their arms and fled. Most fought and died to the last, urged on by the fiery sermons of their ministorum priests, the resolve stiffened by the certainty that there was no escape in this hour. In that bloody charnel, a soldier's only freedom was to choose how he died. Most clutched their weapons tight and met their doom with defiance. Nowhere in that initial onslaught was the fighting harder than the shrine of St. Marcan. The tang of the battle sister's faith was both irresistible and anathema to the rampant demons, and the lure of it goaded them time and again onto that ground. But alone, perhaps, of those who fought that day, the order of our martyred lady never wavered, never took a backward step. Under the twin gazes of Canoness Genevieve and Eleanor, they met the howling horde with bolt gun and holy flame, driving all taint from the walls of the shrine. For those who watched the embattled walls of Casa, it seemed that the smoke spume of war found no purchase on the shrine of St. Marcan, driven back by the golden light dancing about its spheres. To the east, the first landing craft touched down in the cratered valleys. Demon-possessed war engines rumbled across the broken ground, driving hard for Cassacraft's eastern curtain walls. Battle cannons roared from concealed emplacements as the tanks of the Cadian 252nd opened fire. The Black Legion spearhead disintegrated in a tangled mass of metal and corrupted flesh. But theirs was a tide without end. Chaos Baneblades rumbled on, their treads crushing the wreckage of their forerunners, their shells hammering at the curtain wall. With a mighty rumble, the eastern outer wall partially collapsed, the rubble crushing 3 squadrons of Lehman Russ tanks. Their growling engines drowned out the roars of victory. A swarm of skull-bedecked rhinos broke cover from behind the mighty Baneblades and drove hard for the newly formed breach. Far to the north, the patchwork defences of Casa shuddered beneath the shell fire of an Iron Warrior siege battery upon the Colorac plains. Unwilling to wallow behind the walls, Olvan Highfell ordered his brothers to their transports. Warsmith Crom Gut had come prepared for a counter-assault, having fortified his position with drop bastions and lines of cursed Aegis designed to slow any attacker long enough to bring the big guns to bear. But caution had never been Highfell's way, and no spawn of the demon forgers would stay the fury of the Fenrisborn. Sweeping aside all in their path, the iron walls descended into Crom Gat's citadel, using its own trenches and bastions as cover against the raging artillery. Hours passed, days. Still the battle raged. Some defenders seized what snatches of sleep they could in the fighting's sparse lulls and the hush that fell between the bombardments. Most remained awake, pushing health and sanity to their limits with whatever chems they could scrounge, rather than suffer the nightmares blowing like the wind over Cadius Secundus. The walls of Casa were swept clear, only to come under fresh assault from the horrors of the warp. Casa, so lately saved from Crongat's bombardment, perished at the infernal sorceries of Elextain's Cyclopean cabal. 3 times did the blood-mad berserkers of the World-Eaters hurl themselves at the Sword of Defiance's wreck. 3 times did Master Corael rally the Battle Brothers of the Dark Angel's 4th Company. 3 times were the Scions of Khorne hurled bloodily back, only for their feral chant to rise again in the darkness beyond the cruiser's crumpled hull. Despite the intercession of the Knights of House Raven, the breach in the outermost eastern curtain wall was torn wider. Raptors and Night Lord Terrapax were swift to take advantage, screaming into the space between the walls in search of prey. To their honor, the defenders retreated in good order, one regiment laying down covering fire long enough for another to withdraw. But the Raptors were too swift, too hungry for slaughter. They overtook the stragglers, and then the rearguard. Creed ordered the gates of the second curtain closed, sacrificing thousands, to save 10 times their number. 8 of the mighty portals slammed shut, severing the line of retreat. Hundreds perished at their base, desperate souls howling pleas for deliverance as the comrades atop the Gothic Barbicans, the stoic readying their weapons for one last stand. But 2 of the gates remained open. "The gates are sealed, Lord Castellan." Creed waved the lieutenant away from the topographic hologrid, the only source of light in the gloomy bunker. He did not know the man's name. He did not expect either of them would live long enough for it to be worth the effort. 6 months. That had always been the joke of the 8th. If you survived 6 months under his command, then General Creed would trouble himself to learn your name. The siege went poorly, and yet as well as could be expected at the same time. In his pride, Abaddon sought to humble Cadia once and for all, even though it would cost him dearly. But were the 2 of them so different in that regard? Pride would not allow Abaddon to pass on by, just as it had prevented Creed from yielding Cadia in the face of insuperable odds. And then there was the matter of the null array, buried beneath the command bastion. Whoever had stabilized it had brought Cadia these precious days. But who and why? Magos clan either didn't know or wasn't saying. Casakin search parties had scoured the tunnels, but to no result. Creed supposed he should be grateful, but the knowledge that some outside force had free reign of his fortress made his skin crawl. Faith of any kind no longer came easily to the Lord Castellan. Cawl understood, of course, but the others? No matter. Hope was a self-sustaining fire. Maintain the illusion long enough, and it would become the truth. And maybe, just maybe, Cadia would defy the despoiler just one more time. Creed turned his back on the hologrid. "Lieutenant, your name, what is it?" The young man's brow wrinkled in surprise. Surprise, and perhaps a little worry. "Cormachen, sir, of the 88th. Creed nodded. "Walk with me, Cormachen. It's past time I saw this battle with my own eyes." In the east, the Barbican's commander held the gate too long. So desperate was he to preserve each and every soul who clamoured for the safety of his fortifications. As the gates at last rumbled close, Hellbrutes hurled themselves forward, holding the passage open through the strength of their demon-forged sinew. Desperate fire rained down from the Barbican's crest. The Hellbrutes roared and fell, power scourges thrashing as vile life left them. But their sacrifice had bought time for a vast warband of possessed to slip through the gates. Who knows what the cursed warriors would have wrought, if not for the joint sacrifice of the Nova Marine 2nd Company and the Cadian 403rd, who held that demonic onslaught in the shadow of the Joras Redoubt long enough for the massed battle tanks of the Cadian 185th to pound the traitors to bloody ruin. Scarce 100 conscripts of the 403rd survived, and the last Nova Marine succumbed to his wounds before the echoes of battle cannon fire faded away. In the west, the gate mechanisms failed, eaten away by decay that sprang from no earthly cause. The Barbican's commander ordered the 113th Death's Head's Baneblade Company to plug the gap with their armoured bulk, but he was an age too late. A swarm of cultists, inured to pain by their heresy, hurled themselves into the flesh-shredding storm. And they kept coming, by the hundreds, by the thousands. Heavy bolters overheated, autocannons ran dry, the weapons of war unable to keep pace with the horde uncaring of blood and pain. Only when the last cultist perished did the Black Legion advance amidst the carnage, a tide of hatred far beyond the weary defender's ability to stem. The west gate fell, and with it, the second curtain wall was lost. The 7th day opened with the roar of a new bombardment. Too long had the Sword of Defiance stood vigil over Crasser Craft's northern flank, and now the invaders took steps to silence its guns once and for all. Shell after shell rained down, pulverizing the downed cruiser and unseating its few remaining guns. Even then, Coriel would have held firm, for no scion of Caliban yielded his ground willingly. But this was no ordinary bombardment. It hailed from the diseased bulk of the Terminus Est flagship of Typhus. Each shell that burst amidst the sword's hallowed halls brought with it unspeakable contagion. Diseases potent enough to take root even in the augmented flesh of the Adeptus Astartes. With his brothers liquefying inside their armor, Coriel had no choice but to abandon the sword of defiance. Alas, the plains still teemed with world-eaters, hungry to spill the lion's blood. Faith yet burned bright at the shrine of St. Moricon, but mortal might grew ever shorter in supply. That outpost alone had seen unremitting assault since the opening days of the siege, and all inside were bone-weary. The Basilica had cowed assaults it had never been intended to face, but even for blessed redoubts there comes a breaking point. For the shrine of St. Moricon, that breaking point took the form of 3 lords of skulls, unleashed from the heart of Abaddon's own demon forgers to overcome the shining beacon of faith. Warp-crafted cannons belched and roared, drowning the stones of the sainted basilica in boiling blood. Scores of battle sisters boiled alive in their armor. Dozens more were swept away. Still the demon engines ground on, bones and rubble alike crunching to dust beneath their leviathan tracks. Her sword raised high, Canoness Genevieve led the counter-assault, the fury of her seraphim cleaving aside demons so the mass-fire retributors could fell the rumbling behemoth. Melter beams converged, cutting out the lead war engine's black heart. With a yawning thunderclap, the Lord of Skulls reactor went critical, its fiery demise consuming one of its dark brothers and the entire northeastern corner of the shrine. The basilica's walls could take no more. Inch by inch, the stones split apart, arches that had withstood millennia falling away into ruin, and the wounded Genevieve was borne away to the Hospitallers. Canoness Eleanor made preparations to retreat. On the Colorac Plains, the Space Wolves at last won their mighty victory against Crom Gut. After days of brutal trench warfare, the warsmith was torn apart, and his body cast into the fires of his once proud citadel. The price had been high. Fully half of the Iron Wolves lay dead, and the Land Raider, Iron Fist, would never see another battlefield. Yet even as the sons of Fenris roared their victory, their scouts sighted new foes advancing from the Gehennis Ridge, the Titans of the Legio Vulcanum. Hyfel burned to test himself against a newfound enemy, but the wisdom of his trusted wolf guard, Olaf Ironhide, prevailed. Recovering their fallen, the Iron Wolves took once more to their transports and fell back towards Casa Craft. One by one, Casa Craft's outposts had fallen, but far to the south, defiance yet burned. Marshal Amarak's Black Templars had sworn to defend the Martyrs' Rampart, and defended it they did, with every iota of the zeal and fury for which their chapter was known. Though the walls were little more than rubble, they fought on, an iron of stalwart steel amidst the shifting tides of chaos. Black Legion, Word-bearers, and more sought to overwhelm Amalric's outnumbered band with chainsword and hellfire. Battle brothers perished in ones and twos, and their crusade banner many times toppled from the crest. But the living found fresh strength in the sacrifice of the dead, and each time the banner fell, it was raised higher than before. They came again as night fell, a pack of howling beasts and blood-red ceramite across the eastern rise. The survivors of the Fourth no longer needed Master Coriel's instruction. 40 battle brothers halted, forming a double ring around the tattered company's standard. Bolters roared defiance, the searing hiss of plasma crackling through still air. "Blood for the Blood God!" The first wave never reached the Fourth, their broken bodies hurled back into the darkness by the disciplined sons of the Lion. The fate of all traitors. The second wave, lost to madness, surged over the bodies of the slain. "For the Lion, and for the Emperor!" Coriel leveled his plasma pistol. The shot took a snarling berserker in the chest. The brute took 2 more steps, then dropped, limbs twitching. The first flame was fired, gouting bright promethium into the night. Fresh notes of pain sounded amongst the fury. An incensed berserker, his armor ablaze, launched himself at Coriel. The chain axe hacked down. Sparks flew from the power sword's amethyst blade as Coriel swept aside its strike. The berserker roared a wordless challenge, one mad eye blazing hatefully from a ruined ceramite helm. Letting go his pistol, Coriel set a second hand to his sword's hilt and slammed his shoulder into the berserker's chest. The traitor stumbled back, then fell into sudden silence as Coriel's sword swept his head from his shoulders. Coriel glanced around for another foe, but the attack had ended as swiftly as it had begun. Its prosecutors now dead upon the wind-blown plains. A twitch of white robes drew Coriel's eye. Apothecary Caraphon, moving with customary solemnity, recovering the gene seed from the slain. Coriel gazed down at the headless berserker, just one corpse among dozens. Even after 200 years of service, he could not fathom why such warriors abandoned discipline as readily as they cast aside their loyalty. Discipline won battles. Discipline and duty. But then, indiscipline was a plague all of its own. There were plenty amongst the Adeptus Astartes who bore its curse, who took trophies to assuage their pride, who rejoiced in tallying those they had slain. Coriel retrieved his pistol and triggered its comms. "Report condition." His sergeants sent in their casualty reports. Coriel's mood darkened with each one. Another 3 battle brothers slain. It was little consolation that the 4th had reaped a far greater tally than it had suffered. They were being bled to death by traitors without number. 50 battle brothers had set out from the wreck of the sword. Now fewer than 40 remained, and they had covered barely a third of the distance to the walls of Casa Craft. But what choice was there? The 4th would march on to its last if needed. "Brother Caraphon, is your duty done?" asked Coriel. "They are with me." Coriel approved of Caraphon's choice of words. No brother was truly lost if their precious gene seed was recovered. "Then we keep." There was a hail of tortured metal and the thunder of cannon fire. Autocannon shells stitched a furrow in the dirt towards Coriel, further mangling the bodies of the slain. He threw himself aside, shoulder crunching against rock as he rolled clear, fragments of red-hot stone pattering off his armor. Above, the Helldrake pulled out of its near-vertical dive and climbed away in preparation for another run. "Bring it down!" Coriel bellowed. "Bring it down!" His brothers knew their duty. Plumes of white smoke gouted from missile tubes as Squad Clarion's devastators engaged the new threat. One missile lost lock almost immediately and spiraled away into the night. The second detonated against the demon engine's port side wing in a spray of fire and ichor. As the Helldrake reached apogee, the wing tore away, its climb became a cacophonous dive, ending in a thunderous crump amidst the distant hills. But Coriel found no cause for celebration. Brother Caraphon lay motionless in the dirt, his armor rent and his reductor a bloody, mangled mess. The slain of the 4th were now truly lost, and the chapter forever diminished. "Traitor contacts to the north!" Coriel dragged his gaze northwards at Sergeant Aramael's shout. The canyon moved to the north was no longer empty, but choked with the dust trails of black-liveried bikers. And behind them, the dark silhouettes of Predator battle tanks. So it had come to this. "Reform the line! The Lion stands with us!" A storm of bolter fire heralded the bikers' approach. Coriel's armor shuddered, his left pauldron cracked, but the ceramite held. His plasma pistol shrieked in reply, sending bolt after bolt into a mass of bellowing engines. Bikers crashed from their saddles, their corpses hurled into bone-crunching cartwheels across the plains. Plasma fire reduced the lead predator to fused scrap. Sergeant Baffon threw his hands to his neck, fingers clawing at the spiked chain around his throat. Then an engine roared, and he was dragged into the night, bellowing defiance. But the tracer fell, his severed hand still clutching his company standard. Cawl seized the fallen colours and hoisted them high. A predator's last fire blazed past him, searing Brother Malachus in half. The Ceramite redoubt shrank inwards, the growl of engines growing ever louder. Cawl gripped the sacred standard tight. The enemy would take it only with his death. The growl of engines became a roar. The traitor predator exploded in a blinding flare of light. A thunderclap tore through the mass of bikers, then another, and another. To a chorus of jubilant howls, a spearhead of slate-grey battle tanks crested the eastern rise. Wolf-tailed talismans streaming from trophy poles, they surged into the fray. Cawl knew the markings. The great company of Orvan Highfell. Undisciplined, like all sons of Fenris, seekers of glory. Everything Cawl despised in a warrior, but just this once. He was glad to have them at his side. By the dawning of the 8th day, the walls of Casa came under direct bombardment from the wastelands, and its defenders' valour ebbed. Too many had witnessed the fate of the far-flung outposts, or else had heard rumours of the slaughter upon the curtain walls. None truly knew the scope of the onslaught, and that ignorance fanned fears of a bright and hungry flame. Neither priest nor commissar could still the whispers, no matter how loudly they chanted the canticles of faith, or how brutally they suppressed dissent. Too swiftly, the belief spread. Cadia had endured too much. It could endure no more. But for Creed, the fortress might have fallen. The Lord Castellan knew well that the only way to combat unseen horror was not by speech or by threat, but by example. Thus Creed forsook his command bunker and joined his soldiers upon the walls. He ate with them, stole what little sleep he could alongside them. As assault after assault crashed into the golden Cadian Gate, Creed stood his turn behind the Aegis lines, firing volleys alongside the common soldiers with a borrowed lasgun. Those moments of theatrical defiance were the only times he looked upon the foe. At others, he kept his back towards the carnage, a deliberate gesture of disdain. He took to pacing atop the Grand Bastion, even though its void shields had never recovered from the initial bombardment. He walked the ramparts, where sky shields had imploded, risking the raking fire of Helldrakes with those he commanded. And where Creed went, Cawl went also. The tattered colours of the Cadian 8th, rousing those hearts Creed's example could not. Under Creed's gaze, the Cadian Gates endured, but in the east, the fate of Casa cheated on the brink. There, at least, there was no shortage of resolve. The surviving Valkyries of the howling 119th had ferried what remaining of the north and eastern garrisons behind Casa walls. Battle Sisters now took their place on those ramparts, the wounded Genevieve amongst them, and more of the black-liveried assault carriers braved the angry skies to carry the remnants of the Iron Wolves and Cawl's forth inside the stronghold. Yet not all the Iron Wolves had returned, or so it was said. Rumours abounded of feral warriors prowling the killing ground beyond the wall, and wild howls touched the ramparts whenever the wind was in the east. If Orvan Highfell knew anything of this, he offered no explanation. The Legio Vulcanum ground on, implacable, unstoppable. The traitor princeps, Manus Tyron, had honed the business of war for 10,000 years, and knew exhaustively the god engines under his command. Indeed, his consciousness flowed through them all, a gift from the dark gods for his unswerving devotion. Possessed warhounds were his eyes and ears, the warlord titan, vessel of damnation, his strong right arm. The Reaver manipulated the bunched fingers of his left fist. When confronted by a foe, war machines across the formation combined their fire with uncanny accuracy. As void shields faded under the defender's fire, Tyron reconfigured his formation, letting Titans as yet undamaged bear the brunt. Thus the vanguard of the Legio Vulcanum crept ever closer to the walls of Casa, the god machines all but unscarred, despite the ferocity of their foes. The defenders of the eastern wall were saved, just as they had been before, by the intervention of the howling 119th. With munitions running low and barely a dozen flight-worthy assault carriers, The squadron took wing one last time, diving hard for the advancing Titans. The skies above the Legio Vulcanum swarmed with Helldrakes, but the pilots of the 119th had learned a great deal about the demon engines in the preceding days. Not enough to stand any chance of clearing them from the skies altogether, for their numbers were legion, not even for surviving more than a few minutes before being shredded by warp-forged talons. But then, survival was not in the 119th's plan. Clavin Strecker, commander of the 119th, had noted how the lesser Titan seemed almost in thrall to the will of their lead monstrosity, Vessel of Damnation. Destroy the warlord, or so Strecker reasoned, and the others might fall also. 3 Valkyries were ripped asunder by Helldrakes before they even entered weapons range. 2 more strayed into the path of a volcano cannon, blasted to cinders before their crews even knew their danger. The others sped on, buffeted by surface-to-air fire, armor clattering beneath the roar of Hades' autocannons. Another Valkyrie disintegrated, but the first Hellstrike missiles were away. Vessel of Damnation's void shields flared and guttered as a missile struck. The 119th banked away, strafing clear of ground-based auto-fire, and prepared for another pass. Only 3 Valkyries of the 119th remained, but Vessel of Damnation's void shields were down. Alas. For Strecker's last throw of the dice, the strikes of his squadron's multi-lasers were but pinpricks against the god machine's hull. A third pass, and Strecker was alone, his wingmen torn from the skies. Knowing he'd not live to make a fourth, Strecker commended his soul to the Emperor, set a collision course, and triggered his Valkyrie's afterburners. The fireball marking the last act of the 119th blossomed skyward, clearly visible from Casa eastern ramparts. Vessel of Damnation juddered to a halt, green fire gouting from its ravaged skull. The remaining Titans lurched, suddenly directionless in the midst of battle. 1 Warhound came to a complete standstill long enough for a macro cannon batteries to track and blow it to scrap. Cheers rang out, but faded, as the god engines of the Legio Vulcanum recommenced their advance. Only Vessel of Damnation remained unmoving, its helm lost amidst belching smoke. Then came a black thunderbolt from the skies above. The defenders' cheers died ashen on their lips, as the battle's architect at last took a personal hand in its prosecution. This was not the despoiler himself, but his lieutenant, the Dark Prince, Archaeological, commander of the Black Fleet and Scourge Master of the Hounds of Abaddon. Archaeological had been entrusted with securing the destruction of Cadia, but Abaddon's patience was not without limit, and Archaeological sought to deliver victory before it was entirely expended. As the black miasma of the traitor's teleport beams crackled into nothing, a great howl arose amongst the mangled bodies beneath the golden Cadian Gate. Archaeological spread his wings wide, and the Hounds of Abaddon hurled themselves at the Golden Gate. Behind them came a fresh wave of demon engines, warp-spawned weapons spitting death at the battlements. Upon the bloody ground, the Hounds surged, trampling the dead of both sides, heedless of the defenders' fire. Their war cry was a booming bellow, more like a growl of a beast than the speech of men. Blood, blood, blood! Macro cannon shells burst amongst the formations, hurling broken bodies down the hills of corpses. Still the Hounds came on. Blood, blood, blood! Creed bellowed orders from atop the Barbican, and the approach blazed brilliant with las fire. Still the Hounds came on. Blood, blood, blood! By prearranged signal, a new bombardment began. The vessels of the Black Fleet pounded the approach to the Cadian Gate, uncaring of their dark brothers' lives. Tortured sky shields flared and died. Defenders were snatched into the abyss or cast from their shattered strongholds. Traitors perished too, slain by the capricious fury of their own warships, but still the Hounds came on. Inch by inch, Archaeological gained ground, at last reaching the unsullied foot of the Cadian Gates. The Hounds ignored wounds that would have felled lesser men. They disdained the burning promethium that set their flesh ablaze. They would have nothing less than victory that day. Victory for Abaddon, War Master of the Eye of Terror, and blood for the Lord of Battles. Charges were set, and the Cadian Gates, weakened by the 8-day bombardment of starship and artillery fire, finally tore asunder. With a roar of triumph, Casa swept into Casa, the hounds of Abaddon hard upon his heels. Archaeological. The ascension of Archaeological to demonhood came as the Black Fleet approached Cadia. Surging in towards the fortress world, Archaeological had faced a trio of enemy battleships, whose captains had determined that, if they could not defeat the oncoming Chaos Horde, they would at least slay the flagship of its fleetmaster. Through guile, ferocity, and unmatched skill, did Archaeological captain his craft to victory over all 3 Imperial warships, blasting 2 to ruin before obliterating the final craft as it turned to flee. Such a mighty tally of blood and skulls pleased Khorne greatly, and brought Archaeological the reward of immortality that he had long sought. So did the Master of Hounds of Abaddon become more fearsome than ever before. The Fall of Casa. When the Cadian Gates came down, the defence of Cadia fell upon the shoulders of the Cicatrix. Creed had kept 3 regiments in reserve throughout the fighting, husbanded for a desperate hour such as this. Now he sent them to hold the line. Lasguns flared, the ruined Cadian barbican vanished beneath the acrid discharge of cannon shells. The leading edge of the hounds of Abaddon vanished, torn apart by the greatest single volley yet seen on Cadia Secundus. Yet the hounds were undismayed by their losses. Indeed, the slaughter lent them new fervour. The survivors struck the massed lines of bayonets like a red wind, clawing at the wall of armoured flesh without thought of their own lives. Archaeological led them, each swipe of his claws snatching a squad into Khorne's bloody embrace. With every foe that fell, the demon prince felt the blood god's blessings blossom. His armour-fused flesh thickened until it was harder than adamantium. As blood slicked across his wounds, they scabbed and closed. Archaeological looked upon the massed ranks of Cicatrix and saw not a foe to be bested, but a banquet, an offering in the making to the only true god of bloodshed. The Cicatrix battled on beneath the ruin of Casa gates, but they did not fight alone. Creed's barked orders echoed from voxcasters set across the fortress walls, sending ever more men into the meat grinder at the gates. Conscripts of the 201st fought and died alongside the grizzled warriors and veterans of the 9th. Regiments from Mordian and Vostroya entered the slaughter, fighting for a world not their own, as was so often the duty of the Astra Militarum. But numbers alone could not win out against the hound's demonic-spawned might. Worse, Archaeological had reinforcements of his own. Savage demons emerged from the pooling blood, then sprang forth to further slick the stones. Maddened cultists, ebon-clad black legionaries, hell-wrought behemoths. They stormed across the ruined gates, seized the opportunity to slaughter, and to perhaps catch the restless eye of the dark guards. The Cicatrix of the 2nd perished where they stood. Not a man amongst them gave ground. Others were not so valorous. The discipline of the 33rd shattered when their colonel was torn apart by raptors. Wavering hearts turned callow. Like a dam giving way before storm waters, the 33rd broke and ran. With them went all hopes of holding the gateway, and their cowardly example sapped the valour of their comrades as surely as a demon's roar. The trickle of the 33rd's rout became a flood as panic spread. Regimental colours were abandoned and weapons cast down. What had once been a bastion of defiance had split asunder, and Archaeological's victory lay within his taloned grasp. As the heart of Cicatrix wavered, old perils were renewed. Beyond the eastern wall, Baroness Vardis' knights fought a losing duel with the surviving titans of the Legio Vulcanum. Though the god machines could no longer draw upon Princeps Tyrion's direction, their firepower greatly outstripped that of the command of the nobles of House Raven. Vardis was no fool. Indeed, She'd slain men in duels for even hinting such was true, and commanded a fighting retreat. Thus far, it had served her well, costing her only 4 brother nobles in exchange for 1 traitor reaver destroyed and another crippled. Yet a fighting retreat required ground to retreat to, and the Knights of House Raven were rapidly running out of room to maneuver. As the weary Baroness ordered yet another withdrawal, her lancemate disintegrated in an eruption of superheated light. Hurried interrogation of her synapse web confirmed Vardis' greatest fear. Vessel of Damnation had rejoined the fray. Further south, knee-deep in the bodies of his foes, Marshal Almerich experienced an uncharacteristic moment of doubt. Foes still offered their lives up to the Black Templars, but no longer in the numbers that had graced previous days. Gazing north, Amalric recognized the storm gathering over Cicatrix Cadian Gate. At last, the Marshal acknowledged what had been obvious to his peers from the first, that the Black Templar strength would have been better employed upon the walls of the fortress than at the Martyr's Rampart. Even generations after the fact, the stubbornness of Dawn still haunted his inheritors. But perhaps there was time yet to unmake the error. One of the Crux's Crusade's Thunderhawks had been destroyed during the opening bombardment, but the other endured, untouched in a subterranean hangar. Swallowing the last of his pride, Almeric gave orders to abandon the Martyr's Rampart. At Cicatrix, the hounds of Abaddon slaked their blades and thirst upon the routing guardsmen. Acanthus bellowed with delight. He had been given one task, and one task alone: breach the fortress and destroy the machine that held the will of Eternity's fury in abeyance. But now the Scourge Master saw no reason to stop at such half measures. Proud Cadia had broken. Its defenders trampled one another in their eagerness to flee his coming. He, Acanthos, would do what Abaddon never had. He would shatter the last resolve of the fortress world. The rewards of triumph would be his, and not the War Master's. A volley seared the air, its fury hot enough for the Demon Prince to feel through his callous skin. Where moments before there had been only a fleeing rabble, now the hounds of Abaddon faced a manned Aegis line, formed bayonets, and the unwavering ranks of the Cadian Eights. "Cadia stands!" The lone voice, obdurate as the stones of Cicatrix, somehow carried across the tumult of war, of battle. The ranks of the once desperate thickening around their standards. "Cadia stands!" The third chorus was lost beneath the defiant roar of battle cannons and the dying screams of demons. Newborn defiance rippled across the mustard field as the soldiers of the Astra Militarum found anew their sundered courage. At the epicenter, Jaran Kell held aloft the colours of the Cadian Eighth. At his side, his implacable expression given no clue to the doubt in his heart, Lord Castellan Ursaka E. Creed bellowed his mantra once more. "Cadia stands!" Acanthus's assault, grown overconfident in slaughter, burst against the breakwater of the Cadian Eighth. The hounds of Abaddon bore the brunt, tore to scraps by roiling cannon fire. Raptors took to the air, seeking to pluck Creed from his command, as they had the erstwhile colonel of the 33rd. Vox amplifiers wailing, they ripped deep into Creed's platoon. But where the 33rd had broken and fled, the veterans of the 8th closed ranks. Scores perished before a bayonet rammed into the final Raptor's primary heart, but Creed was not amongst them. Kell's sleeve was crimson with blood, little of it his own, and dead at his feet lay the Raptor who had come closest to laying low his beloved general. The battle for the muster field stalled, both sides yet with numbers unbound to hurl into the battle, but neither able to gain traction over the foe. But the advantage at last lay again with the defenders, for Creed fought like a man whose hour had at last come. He never once laid his hand on pistol or blade. Instead, he wielded his soldiers as his weapon, striking hard for a weakness when it presented, and drawing back in the face of overwhelming odds. Hundreds, thousands of lives he spent in those desperate hours, though never carelessly. He bought time with the blood of his shock troopers. not in the hope that help would arrive, for Creed had long since abandoned such fancies, but because every moment of defiance was now a prize without price, a wound to Abaddon's pride. Cadia stood, it was true, but only because Creed stood with it. Around the fortress, Creed's allies lent what aid they could. Coriel's dwindled 4th Company fought beside the iron walls in the muster field's eastern extent, and though neither party would ever acknowledge as much, each was the salvation of the other on many occasions. The Astartes of other chapters, their battle brothers lost to the Cadian Wars, set aside rivalries, forming a semi-demi company of every colour and hue. The sisters of our martyred lady, marshalled before the command bastion, their holy flames the bane of many a demon, their righteous presence, instilling fresh valour in the conscripts of the 111th, deployed immediately to their fore. But the greatest triumph in that hour belonged to Marshal Almeric's Black Templars. Their Thunderhawk, hulls smouldering and crippled engines belching smoke, ploughed into the muster field, disgorging the vengeful warriors of the Cruxis Crusade into the heart of the heretical foe. Each blow struck by a son of dawn that day was one of penance as much as fury, and was all the mightier for it. Urcanthus's dreams of glorious victory withered in the face of that defiance, and his thoughts again turned to his orders. Destroy the null array, and every drop of the defender's valour would be for naught, burned away by the unstoppable energies of the Black Fortress. Gathering the remnants of the hounds of Abaddon to his side, Urcanthus carved a path for the command bastion and the prize within. Creed marked the Demon Prince's assault, but could do little to counter it, for it coincided with the arrival of a new threat. An armoured column, the traitor Baneblade Vicanthus at its head, ground its way over the dead and dying about the Cadian Gate. The thundercrack of demolisher cannons echoed around the crumbling bastions. Creed's leading ranks disintegrated under the bombardment. Voxes crackled, sergeants bellowed orders, and the defenders' pattern of fire shifted to engage Vicanthus. The white shield conscripts of the 111th were little match for Urcanthus's retinue of damned, but they held the line to the last. Even when they were overcome, the Demon Prince's route remained blocked, this time by the ardent battle sisters of our martyred lady. Urcanthus hurled himself into the sisters' ranks, exulting at every drop of martyr's blood to fleck its claws. Bolterfire pattered off its carapace, and even the incandescent fury of multi-melters were but a dull warmth upon his skin. Behind him came his last remaining hounds. Of her dark brethren once numbering in the hundreds, now only a score remained. Lacking their master's protections, the Chaos Marines died hard, but die they did. It mattered not. Their purpose had only ever been to bring their master to his target. Before the last black heart stilled its motion, Urcanthus reached the command bastion's Agricium Gate. But one last obstacle remained. A prayer upon their lips, the sisters Genevieve and Eleanor led a host of seraphim to bar Urcanthus's path. Bellowing with laughter, the Demon Prince struck his assailants from the air, dashing their bodies to the ground as one might scatter a swarm of insects. Pain flared in Urcanthus's mutated chest. Again, Genevieve struck, her blessed blade blazing with light as it clove the beast's cursed flesh. Urcanthus staggered away, talons raised to shield against the canoness's strike. An exultant Genevieve pursued, blade flashing, but in her zeal, the canoness was deceived. The Demon Prince was not cowed, but awaiting opportunity. As Genevieve struck again, Urcanthus ripped the blade from her grip and closed a taloned hand about her throat. Seeing her sister's danger, Eleanor lunged at the beast, her frenzied flurry hacking deep into his armoured skin, on all but severing a tattered wing. But it was not enough. Genevieve's spine splintered under her captor's unholy strength, her last act to headbutt the brute between his burning eyes. Loosing a desolate cry, Eleanor lunged with all her strength, the point of her sword lodging beside Urcanthus's black heart. The Demon Prince bellowed and smote her lifeless to the ground. Then he stalked away, the power sword still trapped within his flesh. In the muster field, Marshal Almeric prepared another assault against the looming Vicanthras. One had already failed, hurled back by the enfilading fire of the Baneblade's Havoc escort. But as Vicanthras' turret swung up to bear on the Aegis lines of the Cadian 8th, the Black Templars gathered themselves for another attempt. Vicanthras' turret locked into position, but didn't fire. The super-heavy tank froze in position like some great metal beast locked in the throes of confusion. Then, at an unseen command, its weapons blazed to life. Not at the Black Templars of the Crixus Crusade, not at the Cadian 8th, but at its own compatriots. The warriors of the Black Legion never stood a chance. Vicanthras' sponson-mounted weaponry shredded the Havocs who moments before had preserved it from Almeric's fury. The turret swung about onto a new bearing, the heavy shells ripping apart an Alpha Legion Predator spearhead, as if their hulls were forged of glass. For a heartbeat, neither side knew what to make of this sudden betrayal. None had marked the cloaked figure who ducked briefly from the shadow of a ruined bastion. A flood of silvery nanomachines flowing from his hand and into the crannies of Vicanthras' armor. That heartbeat was all Creed required. At his bellow, the heart of the 8th marched for the breached combat bastion. The slaughtered White Shields and Battle Sisters told a gruesome tale, and one boding ill for those who had fought so hard for Cadia. Inside the command bastion, Acanthus let the mangled body of Magos Clan slide from his claws. A half-maniple of Skitarii had barred his way to this chamber, but not one of the Omnissiah-spawned weapons had hurt him so much as the blades of the twin canonesses. Eleanor's sword still protruded from his flesh, the hilt burning like fire whenever the demon prince touched it, but at least his goal was now within sight. Beyond the edge of the buckled walkway, half a mile straight down into the bedrock of Cadia Secundus, the null array's capacitors arced and crackled. Destroy them, and Cadia would be at the mercy of the will of eternity once more. Sweeping back his wings, Acanthus plunged from the walkway, picking up speed as Cadia's gravity embraced him. "Double time! Faster, damn you, faster!" Creed bellowed the words to be heard over the madness of battle. Obedient as ever, the veterans of the 8th picked up their pace, their march breaking into a run. Creed told himself there was still time, still the opportunity, to catch the demonic monstrosity before it undid all their efforts. Hospitallers parted before Creed's command battalion, their faces uncharacteristically light. The Order of Our Martyred Lady had fought fit to shame a chapter of the Adeptus Astartes, but it paid a steep toll in dead and wounded. At least they'd fared better than the 111th White Shields, Creed allowed. The Order still endured in other parts of the fortress, the other reaches of the galaxy even, but the White Shields were no more. Would there be anyone to remember their sacrifice once Casa fell? The leading squads reached the wreckage of the Agricium Gate. Weapons ready, they filed inside. "Can we kill the beast that did this?" Lieutenant Cormachans muttered. Creed turned. The aide's face was pale, his eyes darting warily across the carnage. It took a dozen battles to make a veteran, maybe more. How many had Cormachans seen? Whatever happened, Cadia's time was ending. That much was clear. Cawl aimed a kick at the corpse of a tusked brute. "If it bleeds, it can die." He pointed at the broken body of a canoness, drawing attention to the thick ichor spattered across her armor. "They made it bleed. So can we." The ground trembled. The ululating wail of tortured air ripped outwards from the Agricium Gate. Creed was still processing the meaning of the sound when Cawl shoved him clear. He struck the ground beside the slain canoness just as the doorway exploded in fire. Cawl crunched beside him, singed but hale. Cormachan wasn't so fortunate. He barely had time to scream before the fireball engulfed him, the air filled with the sizzle pop of burning flesh and a brackish, meaty stench. Other aides threw themselves clear, uniforms smouldering as the flames took hold. Cawl hauled himself upright and offered Creed his hand. "Your luck holds, Lord Castellan." Accepting Cale's hand, Creed rose. "You're my luck, Sergeant." Creed looked at the blackened doorway. A vast crack split the outer face of the command bastion, testament to the force of the explosion. The sounds of battle seemed muted now, as if they belonged to another world. 3 squads had preceded them into the command bunker. They were surely dead. Not that it mattered. Not if the explosion meant what he thought. He found himself staring skyward without meaning to, searching for the angry Cyclopean eye he knew he'd not seen. Would there be any warning? Was there any point fighting on? He shook the thought angrily away. There was always a point. That was a Cadian's duty, his purpose. Defiance in the face of the inevitable. His stomach knotted with rising anger. He might fail in his charge to defend the Cadian Gate, but he'd never stop fighting. Never. Give the order, Sergeant. We're going back to the muster field. Cadia stands. A surviving aide, as pale as Camarcan had been moments before, pressed a manuscript to his lips. A talisman. Quite possibly an heirloom. Many officers had them. The Emperor protects. Creed rounded on him, unable to contain his wrath. He dashed the script from the officer's hand, then ripped the aide's pistol from its holster. The Emperor? He's light years away. He thrust the pistol into the officer's chest, forcing him back a step. You want salvation, lad? You forge it with this. Not with prayer, not with scripture. A soldier makes his own fate. He doesn't plead for miracles. The officer gaped open-mouthed, not at Creed, but at something in the sky behind him, far above the command bastion. Cawl was looking too, a smile upon his face. Clenching a fist to calm himself, Creed spun around and stared upward. He didn't see it at first, but when his eyes at last settled upon it, he was amazed they had ever failed to do so. Well, I'll be damned, said Creed. Then he cracked his first smile in 10 years. Echoes of the past. Belisarius Cawl hadn't intended to remain on Ariad 6. Logic dictated he leave. Protocol insisted. Every moment he lingered, the greater the toll inflicted upon his forces by Ganrek's inheritors. And yet, the Archmagos could not bring himself to depart. The mystery called to him, stirred emotions long atrophied by millennia of self-augmentation. He had to know the meaning of Veilwalker's cryptic advice. Was it tied to the reliquary concealed aboard the Iron Revenant? Could he take the chance that it wasn't? The Shadow Seer had implied that the secrets of Ariad 6 would be uncovered now, or not at all. Cawl didn't doubt that his and Veilwalker's interests were best in temporary alignment, but even a fleeting alliance had the potential to alter the Imperium's course. He'd seen it happen so many times, even if he could no longer recall the details, or even the names of those involved. Too many broken fragments of yesterday, scattered like a mosaic. For all of Cawl's attempts to preserve it, the past lacked the texture of today. Thus Cawl dug deeper, even as the defences of his compound wore away beneath the fury of Ariad 6's radstorms and the bellicose deeds of the greenskins. Each ruddy dawn brought fresh assaults on the perimeter. Each night saw bastions abandoned as Skitarii fell back to secondary lines. Still Cawl dug, pushing the borers to their limits in his hunger for knowledge. As predicted, each new level excavated brought greater knowledge. The fragments grew larger, the warping less pronounced. One piece confirmed the Archmagos' growing suspicions. The artifacts of Ariad 6 predated not only humanity, but most other life in the galaxy. The techniques of forging, the absence of visible circuitry, these all pointed to an origin in the darkest of times, perhaps at the hands of the Old Ones themselves, or else the Necron tier. Cawl's quest encompassed all 37 hours of the Iridian day. The deeper into the planet's crust he dug, the more urgent his search became. Occasionally, he caught Veilwalker watching him from the shadows. The Shadow Seer seemed visible only to him. She came and went as she pleased, passing through shielding lines and vacuum bulkheads like a ghost. Cawl came to wonder if she was truly there at all. or conjured by memory augments suffering rad degradation. Each time, Cawl's conclusion was the same. It no longer mattered. The madness of discovery was upon him. He had to know. By the 5th day, the Skitarii had fallen back to their inner perimeter. The Orcs had suffered horrendous losses for their victory, but that only made them strive harder. The compound had become a challenge, a guarantee of a worthy fight on a world otherwise bereft of life. All projections insisted that if the Greenskins launched another sustained assault, the compound would be overrun. Unfamiliar frustration crowding his secondary lobes, Cawl at last issued the order to withdraw. It was then, of course, that the breakthrough came. As the colossal tunneling machines settled upon their final excavation patterns, one breached the roof of a vast natural cavern. The weakened rock beneath its treads gave way, and the borer plunged into darkness. The machine's bleating warning signals were severed by the finality of its impact with the stalagmite-strewn cavern floor, but its last transmission contained images of a slab-sided structure of black stone. At once, Cawl issued a hold on the excavation. Commanding the Skitarii to defend the landing zone until his return, he descended into the depths. With but a glance, the Archmagos knew that this was what he had sought. Exploratory borings revealed the edifice to be a little more than 250 yards in height, and as many again broad. The jagged crest implied that the artifact had not survived the bombardment entirely unscathed, yet the top half and much of its flank had been lost to the ravages of time. The enigmatic stone yielded no clue as to its purpose, but Cawl needed none. He'd seen such creations before, intact and reaching into the sky. On Cadia. Struck by fevered inspiration, the Archmagos revisited the historical record. It now seemed obvious that a long-ago bombardment had come at the hands of Abaddon during the Fourth Crusade. But why would the despoiler trouble himself with an uninhabited world? Unless the coming of the Black Fleet of Eriad had not been by chance, but design. Cawl accessed his data stores of tech anomalies, correlating them with the paths of the Black Crusades. Corollis, Bellaston, Vogrid II. The list went on. Some with confirmed remnants of pylon-like structures, all of them sites of Archaeological surveys, all of them caught in the furrows of destruction ploughed by the despoiler's forces. How had no one noticed? It had been known for millennia that the Cadian pylons pushed back the warp. What if the Imperium had underestimated Abaddon's ambitions? Without warning, Veil Walker was there, mask swirling with unreadable emotions. "Do you understand?" Cawl nodded, too horrified by the implications to object to her presence. "Pylons. The immaterium. The one holds the other to its rhythm." Veil Walker's mask was an angry red. "Without these stones, dancers become slaves to a refrain bereft of order. The galaxy dies, reborn in madness. Can it be prevented? Cadia is the end and the beginning. Cadia, where the pact was first forged. Coincidence? Cawl no longer believed in such things. This is too important for riddles. Answer me plainly." But Veil Walker was gone, leaving him with no answers, but perhaps a place to seek them. Chapter 2. The Fires of Salvation. Despair, and give yourself to the shadows. Believe, truly believe in the Emperor of Mankind, and you shall walk in his light, no matter how dark the path you tread. Saint Celestine. The Emperor's Light. She came wreathed in holy fire, an angel cast from the Emperor's hand and into the horror of war. Down she swept, a thunderbolt shrieking from a golden star newly arrived in the skies of Cadia. As she drew closer to the beleaguered walls of Casa, the defenders gave voice to a name. It began with the survivors of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, but it spread like wildfire, born upon the lips of the faithful, uttered in reverence and in jubilation. Celestine. Prayers had been answered. The miracle had come. She smote the muster fields without slowing, the firestorm of her wake scourging besiegers from the stones. On Celestine swept, her sword a blur of silvered light amongst the spiraling smoke. Demons scattered before her, seared from reality by the blade of one who was a blazing counterpoint to their unfathomable darkness. Strength returned to weary limbs. Defenders who had forsaken all hope forged new metal from despair. The Emperor was with them still. Why else would he have sent his living saint to guide them to victory? United, they rose for one final effort, no fear remaining in their hearts. Even Creed, lost to seething emotions, forgot the threat of the Blackstone fortress in distant orbit and fought alongside his men. With the exception of the zealous Black Templars, only the warriors of the Adeptus Astartes felt no stirring at the sight of Celestine. The Imperial creed was not their faith. Theirs was a bond of brotherhood, of duty to long-dead Primarchs. But if the homilies of the Ministorum would deliver victory that day, then so be it. For one moment, one glorious moment, the attacker's ranks shuddered. The Baneblade Vicanthras, still locked in sightless combat with the nanomachines shredding its systems, vanished beneath the zealous tide of humanity. Cultists scattered, their apostatic dreams dispersed by the living saint's onset. Then the Black Legion met the defenders' newfound fury with their own blasphemous resolve. Despite their resurgence, outnumbered and outmatched, the defenders' counterattack stalled. But faith renewed was not the only gift Celestine had brought to Casa. Plasma drives roared in the darkness. Landing gears crunched into plascrete. The discordant notes of battle hymns swelled, the chimes of blessed bells echoed along the walls. Even more than faith, even more than hope, the defenders of Casa had needed reinforcements, and the living saint had provided. Celestine had found them in the warp, their transports, plasma drives, all but dead through a traitor's act, its Geller fields failing. 5 companies of the Order of Our Martyred Lady, though lost some 1,400 years. Her light served as a beacon, drawing the wounded vessel into the path of another craft, and binding the two into real space, claimed them both once more. Now they came forth as her fiery sword, and to avenge a seeming eternity adrift amidst the Immaterium. With their onset, the battle shifted once again, this time in the defenders' favor. Acanthus lurched through the Cadian Gate, his wings scattering the ashen remains of what had once been men. The cursed machine holding the Blackstone's wrath at bay was no more. The spoiler's will had been done. Cadia waited to die, and Acanthus had no desire to perish with it. It was time to depart and claim his reward. "Die, abomination!" A guardsman rang headlong towards the Demon Prince, bayonet lowered. Acanthus eviscerated the mortal with a single savage swipe. Licking blood from his talons, he let the body fall upon the remains of the black-clad prayer witches who'd sought to bar his ingress. Slaughter still raged across the muster field, the tempo and scent of it somehow different. Acanthus longed to join it, even though to do so was to risk annihilation beneath the Blackstone's gaze. In a swoop of wings she landed before Acanthus, her armor glittering in the golden light of her halo. At last, the Demon Prince recognized the altered stench. The battlefield stank of her faith, her certainty. "Your corpse, bride," he growled. The angel raised her sword, the point steady as a rock. "Your hour is done, beast." Acanthus laughed, the sound of it a rough peal of thunder. "It was only just begun. You are nothing, the echo of a false god. I will break you in half and set your skull upon Khorne's throne." Agony racked the Demon Prince, a white heat searing the veins of his chest. Through slitted eyes he saw the corpse bride regarding him, unmoving. The pain passed. As ever, Acanthus felt the stronger for it. Another trial endured. I am the Scourge Master of the Black Fleet, the right hand of the Despoiler. You cannot match me alone. Acanthus pressed a taloned hand to the site of the faded agony. Something was wrong. The sword in his flesh, the Prayer Witch's sword, had gone. He spun around. 2 Prayer Witches stared back, their faces alive with light, their golden armor as radiant as the sun. Acanthus, who never forgot those he slew, knew their faces. The twins he killed upon the threshold, his seething ichor dripped from the leftmost blade, the blade so lately trapped in his flesh. The first glimmer of uncertainty trickled into the demon prince's battered soul. I am not alone, said Celestine, and your hour is done. With a roar, Acanthus swept back his wings and pounced. Beyond the eastern wall, Baroness Vardis had marked the fire in the skies, but knew nothing of its meaning. She knew only that her bid to blunt the fury of the Legio Vulcanum had failed. Too many of her lancemates were dead. All that remained was the glory of an honourable death. Yet as Vardis keyed her Knight's reactor to overload, gold-liveried Thunderhawks and Stormhawk interceptors roared from the skies. The starboard quadrant of Vessel of Damnation's carapace disintegrated under brilliant turbolaser beams, and the Thunderhawks peeled away. With a grim smile, Vardis secured her reactor from overload. A suicide run was a strategy of the hopeless, and her hope was reborn. In orbit, the weapons batteries of the battle fortress Phalanx rumbled to life. Already the Black Fleet was reacting to the presence in its midst, but Phalanx's aging shield generators held firm beneath broadside after broadside. Captain Garradon didn't care. In recent days he'd fought alongside the spectral legion of the damned. He'd torn the heart out of his own sacred charge to prevent it falling into the hands of the foe. And he'd witnessed a crippled Imperial Navy transport dock with Phalanx's forecastle amidst the tumult of the warp. So many things he'd been sure he'd never see. So many events he swore he'd never understand. But this? Phalanx alone against a Black Fleet? This was a retribution long overdue. But where was the Legion of the Damned? As Phalanx had entered real space, they'd faded to nothing, as silent in departure as arrival. Phalanx bore down on the will of eternity, shields cracking as it brushed aside the leading edge of the Black Fleet. At Garradon's command, flank batteries engaged the traitor battleships, but its formidable prow guns lay silent. Phalanx had suffered too much from the ravages of time and its recent sacrifices, and its master sought to make sure that first plant-cracking salvo counted. Another vessel would have perished already, battered into drifting scrap by the fury of the Black Fleet, but Phalanx was the fist of Dawn, his first and greatest gift to the Emperor of Mankind. Even decaying and undercrewed, no other vessel in all the heavens was its peer. Even without the escort fleet that was its right, the mighty battle station held its own, but it could not do so forever. Already, sensor panels lit up in warning as the main body of Abaddon's fleet broke orbit to engage. Garradon paid those warnings no heed. There would be no surrender, no retreat. If this was to be the Phalanx's last battle, then so be it. Thus Garradon held his course, straight into the will of eternity's black maw. The hem of Sven Bloodhow's bolt pistol clicked down on an empty chamber. Cursing his mistake, the Wolflord slammed another magazine home and squeezed off a round. The demon's skull shattered, its black blade skittering across the polished black stone. Red eyes blazed in the darkness. "Morgai's teeth! We can't stay here forever!" Bloodhow roared. As if to prove the point, the gates of the castellum yawned wide, and a ragged mob of mutated crewers surged across the narrow causeway. Heavy bolters cut them down, reapers amongst the chaff. Solvik Whitemane fell and did not rise, a gaping hole above his primary heart. "What course do we have?" snarled Jarl Frostclaw. "These emplacements will tear us apart!" Bloodhound recognized his own frustration in the Wolfguard's tone. The hours since Firemane's Fang's destruction and the strike of the boarding torpedoes were a blur of never-ending battle, of brothers lost and desperate marches through the darkness to outpace pursuit. Had it been days, weeks? Bloodhound no longer knew. Only that their duty was not yet done. His dozen survivors were only alive because the traitors didn't seem to know the full capabilities of the Blackstone fortress, and because the vessel itself seemed determined to aid the invaders. Bulkheads had unsealed, automated defenses disengaged without warning. Whatever passed for a machine spirit in the will of eternity wanted them to succeed. Like a frost wolf bloated by disease, it wanted to die. Bloodhound leaned around the bulkhead and tossed his last frag grenade into the screaming mass. It exploded with a dull crump, hurling bodies into the gantry abyss. "If that is our duty." Frostclaw scowled, but nodded. "If that is our duty." What made it worse was to fail with the objective in sight. Beyond the castellum, twisted cable clusters betrayed the presence of a power interchange, a legacy of the Blackstone service in the Imperial Navy, now subverted by its crew of traitors to channel power to its shields and weapon batteries. Destroy it, and the portion of the will of eternity would go truly dark. Perhaps even enough to give the remnants of the Cadian fleet a chance to bring about its destruction. A shift in the light drew Bloodhound's gaze to the cracked viewpoint. Blue sparks chased across a golden prow the size of a star fort. "Phalanx," he laughed. "So Dawn's stiffnecks want to play, do they?" New shapes flickered into existence around Bloodhound, their sable power armored edged with flame and moulded bone. The newcomers advanced on the castellum, bolt a screaming flame. Bloodhound raised his chainsword high. "For us, and the All-Father!" Blasted the fire howlers of Fenris go one last time into glory. Flame gouted from the Will of Eternity's flank. It was the tiniest pinpricks, insignificant against the Blackstone fortress's vast bulk, but with it, the shields across the lower portside quadrants sputtered and died. From the stratagem of Phalanx, Garradon witnessed a moment of weakness. Witnessed and embraced it. The vessel's main batteries, dormant for centuries, roared with a fury to make their long-dead creator proud. The first salvo cracked the Will of Eternity's gleaming armor. The 11th pounded it to dust. Traitor cruisers drove hard for Phalanx's main batteries, their captains ramming headlong into the fortress in the hope of halting their fury. Some guns fell silent, but not enough. Never enough. Phalanx gnawed at the Blackstone's obdurate hide, battering ever closer to its heart, inch by unforgiving inch. Garradon ignored the wailing klaxons warning of hull breaches and the worried reports from his stratagem crew. This was the Blackstone's hour to die, and Phalanx was to be its executioner. Another salvo, and something inside the Will of Eternity shattered. A crack split the Blackstone's core, brilliant purple light bleeding across the stars. As the battered Phalanx limped to safety, the rupture spread, swallowing those vessels nearest to it. With a silent scream that echoed through the minds of every living soul across the Cadian Gate, the Will of Eternity broke apart, its arcane engines dissipating in dazzling aurorae across the outer atmosphere. By the time the glow faded, a third of the Black Fleet was gone, snatched into the immaterium. Yet more ships lay strewn across Cadia's southern pole, their blackened carcasses smoking. By some fluke of fate, the empty and cracked husk of the Will of Eternity remained in orbit, a dark and lifeless moon staring blindly down at its former prey. Planetside, the Knights of House Raven joined their fire to that of the Imperial Fist Thunderhawks, their volleys unceasing until Vessel of Damnation was naught but fuse and blasted scrap. The Cadian Eighth and the Sisters of our Martyred Lady at their head, the defenders of Casa drove the heretics from the muster field. As Cawl planted the flag of the Eighth atop the reclaimed Cadian Gate, Celestine and her Gemini superior, the slain canonesses Genevieve and Eleanor, reborn through the glory of the living saint, cast the lifeless corpse of the demon prince Acanthus from the walls. It was impossible to say whether it was that, or the coruscating flare of purple light in the heavens, that broke the will of the traitor horde, but it broke all the same. Hurried by the Iron Wolves and by Baroness Vardis's knights, the besiegers fled south. Cultists and heretics, their apostasy spent, threw down their arms and begged for forgiveness. But the only mercy they found was that of holy Prometheum. Thousands died, but as many escaped. Despite Phalanx's victory in the heavens, air superiority remained with the despoiler's forces. Dropships swarmed the skies, gathering the scattered warbands in readiness for a new assault. In the shattered remains of Casa Craft, Creed drew fresh plans. He knew this was no victory. At best, it was survival. Cadia held its breath. The vengeful spirit's iron-bound viewport afforded an excellent view of failure. The gem of Cadia hung suspended against the sea of stars, sullied, defiant, whole. Not so the shattered hull of the Will of Eternity. The once mighty Blackstone was now a trail of debris stretching for leagues. The double hull had fragmented into 3 substantive shards, the lesser of which was easily 4 times the mass of the vengeful spirit itself. All else was dust, or had been drawn into the warp by the same cataclysm that had consumed so much of the Black Fleet. Prosus Gale, the Will of Eternity's captain, had survived that disaster where thousands had not. He would yet live for centuries more before death was allowed to claim him. Each moment of agony in the vengeful spirit's dungeons, amplified 1,000-fold by technicians of the most exquisite pain. Acanthus has failed. Abaddon did not turn to address the warlords assembled at his command. Let the servants wait upon the whim of the master. Instead, he watched the dropships and transports swarming like insects, mustering the forces for the next assault. Hated Phalanx had withdrawn beyond the equator, running like a wounded cur from the fury of a blooded pack. Surprise had been the antiquated battle fortress's chief weapon, and it was now spent. At last, Abaddon turned to regard his lieutenants. Zarafeston, Zaxian, Skyrak, Corda, all with gazes carefully averted, lest the Scourge Master's failure prove infectious. Glory and downfall, 2 sides of the same blade, and one that cut indiscriminately. Who would be the first to risk the one for the other? Zaxian, perhaps? His rivalry with the banished demon prince was as well known as that between their chosen patrons. Skyrak was too cautious, Corda too focused on reclaiming his place in the Emperor's children. Zarafeston had probably cast the auguries, and already knew how the coming days would unfold. His silence as likely sprang from threat as from fear. Igethmor would have spoken by now, eager to prove his worth, desperate to snatch scraps from the table. But Igethmor was long dead. It mattered not. They mattered not. The decision was already made. Too often the vengeful spirit had borne witness to failure. It would do so no longer. Lord Abaddon, Zaxian stepped forward, as the despoiler had known he would. Grant me the burden of the next onslaught, and I shall lay the broken bodies of your enemies before your throne. No. The word reverberated around the chamber, inviting discord. None came. For 10,000 years this world has defied me. No more. Abaddon ripped Drachnian from its scabbard. The demons within the blade cackled at his rage, their faces twisting mirthfully at the prospect of slaughter. Gather your warriors. I will see Cadia unmade, and its armies broken for all time. Zarathuston leered, his manner as ever that of one who knew the answers to questions unvoiced. And if not? Abaddon stabbed the demon's sword into the rusted deck and set it quivering at his feet. Then I will be dust, and you will fight like dogs for my throne, but one way or another. This ends. The Clarion of Truth. As dawn broke the next morning, Promethean flames leapt hungrily towards the stars. The defenders of Casa had neither manpower nor time to bury their dead, and so honoured them the only way they could, in cleansing flame. Betimes the wind shifted, carrying with it the thunder of battle from the south, as Baroness Verdis's knights obliterated those traitors abandoned by the Black Fleet. The pyres burned for 2 days and nights, fed by whatever fuel could be spared, preserving the honoured dead from the corruption of the dark gods and the defilement of their living thralls. Those final rites had come at Celestine's insistence, and Creed had yielded, not out of necessity, nor even out of respect. The Lord Castellan sought solely to keep his soldiers' minds and bodies occupied. Activity, fruitful or otherwise, was always the best way to buttress failing morale. They'd realized the grim truth soon enough. A truth Creed had embraced even before Celestine had hurled Ucanthus's body from the top of the wall. Casa's greatest moment of defiance had been its last. When the Despoilers' hordes came again, and Creed was certain that they would, if only because the abyssal spectres of the Legion of the Damned stood silent sentry out on the Elysian pylon fields, the defiance of Cadia would continue elsewhere, if it did so at all. Thus, Creed left the living saint to her ministrations amidst the flames, grateful for whatever resolve she awoke, and entertained unthinking notions of retreat. The arrival of Phalanx offered a new opportunity. Though devastated in the course of its lone stand against the Black Fleet, the battle station was still capable of warp travel. It could carry a vast portion of the forces stranded on Cadia to safety. A voice in Creed's head urged him to remain, to fight on. But the more he dwelt upon the matter, the more Creed came to wonder if that voice spoke with a forked tongue of pride, rather than duty. Perhaps Cadia's battle was at last done, and it was time to defend the outer doors of the gate from Agrippina or Bellis Corana. Little by little, reinforcements dribbled in from the outer systems. Some were lost the moment they hit real space, ill fortune bringing them under the guns of the Black Fleet. Others fared better, braving the dead-fire zone above Cadia's equator and coming safely into the waiting arms of mighty Phalanx. First to do so were Captain Ruus Crasinto's 5th Company of the Crimson Fists, driven back from Casa Partox with the remnants of the Cadian 14th. A dozen battered cruisers limped in from Sola Martiatus, their hangars crammed with the tanks of the armoured 51st and Knights of House Tyrannus. Their crew whispered tales of an escape in the face of inconceivable odds. One achieved only when slate-grey cruisers had emerged from the warp and boarded the leading vessels of the pursuing fleet. Upon learning those cruisers bore the faded brands of the Space Wolves, Creed inquired of Orvan Highfell if further reinforcements might yet arrive from Fenris. He received no other answer than a stony glare. The last to arrive was not only the most unexpected, but also the most welcome. A Mechanicus fleet, inbound from the arid backwater of the Eriad system. Ever the pragmatist, Creed saw their arrival as an opportunity to remake a portion of Cadia's shattered defences. In this, he was disappointed. The newcomers had suffered travails of their own. Though the fleet remained battle-ready, their Skitarii maniple had been greatly thinned by strife. The ranks of artificers and battle masons expended to defend a now abandoned archaeological site. Worse, the fleet's commander, the Archmagos Belisarius Cawl, intoned a warning that Creed was initially loath to believe, for it meant the danger to the Imperium, indeed the galaxy as a whole, was far greater than any yet knew. In a council of war held within the remains of Casa Craft's command bastion, Cawl laid out the scope of his discoveries on Eriad. Few understood the detail of his theories. The Archmagos constantly slipped into and out of the buzzing binaric cant of the Omnissiah, and even those parts of the explanation rendered in High Gothic dealt in subjects so arcane that Cawl might as well not have shared them at all. Yet the singular, awful truth was plain enough. For long eons, the Cadian pylons, and others like them, had held the galaxy together. Without them, the tides of the Immaterium would consume all. Abaddon had spent 10,000 years obliterating the pylon fields, weakening the stitches holding reality together. None present wanted to believe Cawl's words, but the clarion of truth has a sound peculiar to itself. Moreover, the theory made new sense of so much. The rising darkness of the passing millennia, the ever-increasing prevalence of warp storms, the despoiler's obsession with Cadia. Abaddon's Black Crusades were so long dismissed as failures, if one's greatly to the Imperium's cost, had been the product of strategy more layered than any had believed. Cancephalus, Archaeological, Cromach, the Gothic War. For millennia, they had been viewed as causes in and of themselves. Now they were revealed as camouflage for Abaddon's true agenda, one envisioned by an immortal's eye in the prosecution of a war without end. Cawl did not speak of everything he knew or guessed. Veilwalker's cryptic missives remained his secret. But he assured all that hope was not lost, that the pylons contained the key to Abaddon's defeat as well as his victory. This was merely a projection, the first guess the Archmagos had entertained in many centuries, if not the first lie offered to allies unversed in the logical precepts of the Omnissiah. And yet, Cawl told himself his words contained a kernel of truth. The pylons were tools, and it was one of the founding precepts of the Adeptus Mechanicus that the difference between tools and weapons existed only in narrow minds. To hear Cawl speak of it, there was no way to know how many pylons had already fallen, or how close to the tipping point the galaxy had come. Yet one thing was clear to Creed. Retreat from Cadia was no longer an option. Abaddon would be denied his prize today, as he had in millennia past. All that remained was to determine how that impossible goal was to be achieved, and swiftly, before the quiescent Black Fleet awoke to new fury. The first move occurred in the skies. Phalanx's abused plasma drives hauled the battle fortress southward across the equator, attaining geostationary orbit over the pylon fields of Cadia Secundus. Every eye upon the bridge scoured the astral auspexes and sensor banks for the Black Fleet's attempt to counter the move. No such retaliation came. Phalanx had taught Abaddon's captains caution, if not respect. It seemed none amongst them had any stomach for mutually assured destruction that day. With the skies thus secured from the threat of bombardment, Creed fashioned a new defense. Trench works and Aegis lines were established across the Elysian pylon fields. The catacombs below, originally envisioned as a final line of defense, now became the sprawling heart of a makeshift fortress. Above ground, massed Cadian ranks waited alongside the Sisters of Our Martyred Lady. Below, Cawl's adepts labored beneath the unblinking gaze of their Skitarii protectors. The reduced Adeptus Astartes, now reinforced by the Crimson Fist Fifth and the survivors of Garadon's depleted command, formed a single strike force under Master Coriel. Only the Iron Wolves forsook unity of purpose, striking out on their own to roam the Elysian perimeter. Coriel disdained their choice, blaming the ancient enmity between the sons of Russ and that of the Lion. But Garadon wasn't so sure. He had fought alongside the Wolves of Fenris many times before, and had never known any so taciturn as the Iron Wolves. That night, when the wind carried distant howls across Elysian, a chill passed through Garadon's bones, though he did not know why. The wind howled above the crumbled spires as Highfell approached, his every step heavier than the last. No, it was not only the wind. The wolf priest waited in silence at the door, sundered by the Black Fleet's initial bombardment. The bastion was worthless as a redoubt, but it would yet serve as a cage.
"How many?"
Hyfel growled softly. Håkon twitched his lip, the jester setting the tips of his plaited moustache dancing.
3 more.
With an effort, Hyfel kept his expression neutral. The curse had followed them ever since Magdal. It would consume them all, given time. He turned to Håkon, his face an unreadable mask. "Keep them bound. When battle comes, they will do their part, as will we all." Hours crawled by. With every second, the inevitable grew closer. Fevered anticipation of the fateful hour grew worse than the fear of death. All who waited on the Elysium fields, whether born of Cadia or some distant world, silently yearned for the battle to begin, for death or triumph to find them now, while they yet had nerve and strength to face it. Celestine and her Gemini superior hovered silently in the skies above, their radiance bright against a dark future. Yet even the living saint felt foreboding in those hours. Waking dreams assailed her with each new dawn, visions of a fortress of fire, of its defenders drowning beneath a bloody tide. Her wings damaged in those dreams, Celestine could not outrun that flood. Each time she made the attempt, its waters claimed her. And yet, each time there was a presence beyond the tide, a warrior's silhouette, familiar and yet not, trapped beyond a wall of ice strewn from the Black Legion's dead. Each dawn, Celestine blinked the visions away. Knowledge would come in its own time. Until then, the Emperor would guide her, as he always had. She was his hand. Amidst the roots of the pylons, Belisarius Cawl wrestled with secrets denied to mankind for ageless millennia. Fusion welders assailed the faceless stone, blazing silently for hours untold as they sought samples for analysis. Cawl sent servitor probes into smooth-edged breaches in the pylon's flanks, set loose every functional tech scryer he had salvaged from the abandoned compound at Eridian 6. Nothing bore fruit. The black skin resisted all attempts to breach it. Contact was lost with each servitor precisely 6 seconds after it vanished into the depths, and the scryers found nothing that was not already on record. All Cawl knew for certain was that the low-level resonance, amply quantified by generations long dead, was growing in amplitude. Indeed, several of the pylons showed signs of fatigue, as if their silent exertions were as damaging to the structures themselves as the squalling currents of the immaterium. Cawl hypothesized that as one pylon field was destroyed, the burden intensified upon those remaining. When one field ceased to function, those on distant worlds automatically adapted. Was Cadia the last? The Archmagos had no way of knowing, but decided it was only logical to assume that it was. Still, the pylons refused to yield their secrets, until, that was, a cloaked figure made its presence known. With his thoughts thus directed, the Archmagos at last grasped the elegance of the pylon's construction, of technologies whose meanest function far outstripped the dreams of his long-dead mentors. Though the detail remained as far beyond him as his explanations of the pylon's function was beyond his allies on the surface, Cawl at last grasped the shape of the Maker's intent. Imagination awoken to fevered life by the possibilities, Cawl began his labors anew. Meanwhile, in the silent void above Cadia's southern pole, dormant hangars stirred to life, and the first dropships blazed into an outer atmosphere choked with the debris of failed conquest. The Battle of Elysion was about to begin. Cawl disengaged his primary consciousness from the scryer's data screen and stared upwards. The inscrutable bulk of the pylon still stood, like a shadow against the strata of the cavern wall, defiant, mocking. Had he merely traded one word of obdurate secrets for another? Days of toil, and not even a scintilla of progress. Had Veilwalker deceived him, or had he deceived himself? read more meaning into her words than had truly been there. Was it all a grand distraction, waylaying his attention while she stole the reliquary? Cawl felt his rebreather quicken. He could not imagine why she would do such a thing, but what cause did a Xenos truly need for malice? A familiar sensation crept across his sense filaments. He was not alone. It seemed Cadia had yet more in common with Iridia 6 than he had expected. "I projected your arrival before now, Veil Walker." Cawl turned. Servo crawlers scuttling beneath him. The intruder was not the Shadow Seer. Green eyes blazed from beneath a hood of metallic scale. The power core of a burnished staff glinted. "I mean you no harm." The figure cocked its head to one side. "Are those the correct words? I find that no matter which I use, no one ever believes me." He paused. "Wait. What did you call me?" Secondary circuits meshed, retrieving ancient data. A necron. A soulless embodiment of the motive force. A blasphemy against the Omnissiah. Cawl's arc scourge slithered to life, energy crackling across its coils. "You are an abomination." The necron set his staff aside. "Thief normally suffices." "I prefer honored guest, but abomination or thief, you and I have common cause." Cawl willed the arc scourge's tendrils to war mode, already anticipating the joy of dissection. "Logic dictates otherwise." "Then you don't seek to understand the nature of this matrix?" The arc scourge grew still at Cawl's wordless command. This was unexpected. Or was it the abomination's trick to preserve its mockery of existence? "You comprehend its secrets?" "I was there when they were first erected." "Or perhaps I wasn't. You of all people should understand that memory is a fickle thing." Cawl allowed an angry hiss to rattle through his rebreather. "We share no commonality." "Perhaps. I went to the fires of biotransference in chains. You, I think, have gladly sliced away your humanity piece by piece." The necron stepped forward, stepped closer, eyes blazing. "But neither of us desire to see this galaxy ripped asunder by the Imperial ones. Destroy me if you wish. I will simply awaken elsewhere. Nothing will change. For me. For you. For this world." Cawl remained silent. Probabilities warping and reforming with fresh data. First an Eldar had sent him on his pathway. Now a necron offered to guide his steps. But if the knowledge preserved the Omnissiah's Imperium. "Show me." Sardonic laughter, dry as dust, echoed around the cavern. "I thought you'd never ask." The Battle of Elysian Fields. The first wave came from the west. Landers skirted the outer edge of Phalanx's bombardment zone, vomiting a filthy tide across the pylon field. They came from 100 worlds, liberated from the worship of the false emperor, their petty desires stoked by blasphemous canticle and empty promise, until they roared like a furnace. Hive gangers, manufactorum workers, deserters from the emperor's light. They swarmed about the pylons, a mass given purpose by the demagogic dark apostles railing in their midst. As it crossed a line invisible to the mortal eye, Phalanx's bombardment cannons roared, snatching hundreds of ragged madmen to their deaths. Still, the cultists came on. The survivors of the Cadian Ninth held their fire to the very last moment, ignoring the reckless autocannon and stub of fire whining over their heads. Every man amongst them recalled the shame of the Cadian Gate, where they had fled alongside the 33rd. Every man had lost comrades in the brutal culling that had followed. Commissars instilling discipline through bloody example. But one factor lent them resolve more than any other. The chanting mass bearing down upon the Ninth served as a dark mirror, a licentious path that could have been theirs, had fate been a little different. The soldiers of the Ninth hated the occultists for daring to embrace a path they themselves had forsaken, and now punished them for it. At barked words of command, the Ninth rose up out of their trench lines and opened fire. Ragged cultists screamed their last and fell dead amidst the dust. The voices of apostate preachers faded as cannon fire sucked the air from their lungs. Hundreds crumpled beneath Lansfire and Earthshaker bombardments, but thousands more came on, the boots of the living stomping the dead to bloody offal in their determination to reach the Cadian lines. Even as the cultists thronged forward, the doleful roar of plasma drives heralded the arrival of new landing craft. Ramparts slammed down into the dirt to the north and east, and Abaddon's second assault began. The battle sisters of our martyred lady held the northern line. Celestine at their head, they met the rush of flame-belching demon engines with the steadfast roar of bolt guns and the choral bellows of their exorcists. Seraphim sisterhoods jinked and soared through the maze of pylons, hunting warpsmiths before their dark ministrations could return sundered war machines to the fray. To the east, Baroness Vardas's knights served as artillery support for the tanks of the 185th, meeting the battle-scarred titans of the Legio Vulcanum and the massed tanks of the Crimson Slaughter with fury fit to shake the roots of the world itself. But it was in the south, where the Cadian 8th and 21st held the line, that Abaddon's true assault fell. There, amidst the ruins of pylons toppled in antiquity, the Black Legion advanced through the shrieking ruin of Phalanx's bombardment. They came in an armoured column 2 miles wide and twice that deep. The dust clouds of biker outriders upon their flanks, the banners that had once challenged the defences of Terra itself, ripping and snapping in the slipstream. Shells fell like black rain in their path, littering the southern approach with twisted wrecks. Helldrakes screeched overhead, strafing volleys shredding the makeshift artillery positions. The Hydras of the 8th engaged the demon craft, but it was an unending flock. Mortal might could only disperse it, not see it destroyed. With his allies beset on all sides, with no orbital support save Phalanx's bombardment, Coriel divided his Adeptus Astartes strike force. Almarish's Black Templars and Garadon's Iron Fist reinforced the southern lines, while the Crimson Fist and Coriel's own 4th Company lent their might to the north. Of the Iron Wars, there were no confirmed sightings, though the 8th spotters noted that the wrecks of the Black Legion column lay thickest near a ruined bastion, some distance southwest of the trench lines. Hours passed. Abaddon's warbands closed around the pylon fields like a gauntleted fist, squeezing tight about Creed's command. To the south, but the Black Legion cast aside their battered transports and hurled themselves bodily at the 8th, their guttural battle cries a marrow-chilling herald to their onset. In the east, Baroness Vardas found an honourable end worthy of her forebears, her crippled knight dealing the death blow to the traitor Reaver Furioso Rex before reactor containment failed. The Baroness's death redoubled her lancemate's determination. In the proud history of House Raven, none perished so valiantly as they in that hour. Bereft of the knight's heavy armament, the colonel of the 185th ordered a fighting retreat, in his terror forgetting that there was no longer any ground to yield. The eastern lines would have fallen in that hour, but for the intervention of Coriel's 4th Company and Tracinto's 5th. Screaming from skies and golden thunderhawks, they reached the breached trench lines in the very moment Sevastus Cranon led his crimson-armoured traitors in a final assault. As the Crimson Fist veteran devastators duelled with the surviving titans, Steadfast Angel and Fallen Sabre clashed amidst the charred remnants of House Raven, bitter history lending fury to every blow. At Casa, the Cadian knights had fled. At Elysium Fields, they died by the hundreds without faltering, matching the madness of their foes with a coward's zeal for redemption. Yet little by little, their line of bayonets shrank inwards, overwhelmed. Seeing the danger, Creed ordered new reserves into the west, but the foe were too many. Though the banners of the 75th and the 403rd reached the western trenches before they were overrun, the 9th was beyond salvation, in death They had earned redemption. Day ground on into night, and then into day once again, each fleeting hour standing witness to martyrdoms by the score. Not one demon engine laid a warped claw on the northern trench lines, for the sisters of our martyred lady met them on the open plain beyond. The light of battle was upon them, the will of the Emperor coursing through their veins. The battle sisters paid a bloody price for their resolve, but they felt neither pain nor loss, for Celestine's presence was both a balm and a spur to holy madness. In the east, Rui Jacinto perished upon the chain fist of Baranox the Blood-Haunted, only to be avenged in kind by Coriel's relic sword. In the south, the colonel of the 21st, driven mad by demonic voices that had haunted him since the fall of Casa, seized a voxcaster and ordered his soldiers to retreat. He perished before he could repeat that order, the Emperor's mercy delivered from Commissar Strang's smoking bolt pistol. But the damage had been done. The 21st, their morale already upon a bayonet's edge, wavered. Creed strove to rally them, his voice booming across the vox grid as it had so many times before. But now the Lord Castellan himself came under assault. Abaddon had sworn to crush Cadia's last resistance himself, and he now came to do so. He did not enter the maelstrom of battle alone. The bringers of despair, their trophy rack stick with the heads of Cadian officers, teleported into the heart of Creed's command sky shield. Dozens perished in bloody moments, ripped apart by the fury of the Black Legion's finest warriors. Only Creed survived, shoved aboard a Valkyrie at Cale's hand, the Collar Sergeant's last act of fealty and a life of unflinching service. The bolt shell struck a hammer blow against Cale's knee, shredding flesh and mangling bone. He fell, agony clawing at his thoughts. Still, he found the strength to push Creed aboard the waiting assault carrier. Go! Go! The Valkyrie's pilot needed no further encouragement. Engines howling, it sped skyward, bearing the Lord Castellan to safety, or whatever illusion of it remained in the Elysian fields. Only then did Cawl afford himself the luxury of pain. Bracing the foot of the 8th standard against the ground, he fell to his remaining knee, his vision clouded. Dark shapes loomed above him, monstrous silhouettes edged with blood-spattered gold. A gauntlet closed around Cale's throat, hoisting him up like a broken doll. Cold black eyes stared from a pallid face, the despoiler. Cawl felt no fear. He was dead already. What more could even Abaddon the traitor do to him? Only faith mattered now. Faith and honor. Such dedication to so unworthy a cause, the despoiler rumbled. Pitiful. With his last strength, Cawl hawked a goblet of bloody phlegm at his captor. Cadia stands! Abaddon snorted. His lip curled in sardonic disgust. I don't think so. The last sound Cawl heard was the crack of his own shattering spine. With the 8th command scattered or slain, and the 21st in full retreat, the southern front collapsed. Dark praises on their lips, the chosen of Abaddon overran their few remaining trenches held by the 21st, and rampaged east across the Elysian fields. Amalric and Garadon planted their banners full in the Black Legion's path, a ceramite wall of black and gold to serve as a breakwater against the tide. Had valor alone been the measure of victory, the Elysian fields would have been won that day. But the sons of dawn were too few, and the Black Legion many. The redoubt became an island swallowed by a sea of madness, and the traitors swept on. The artillery companies of the 185th perished first, overwhelmed from ground that they had thought secure. As a black tide consumed the 185th's command squadrons, the battle-worn brothers of the Crimson Fist 5th counter-attacked, their bolters reaping vengeance for their fallen captain. Robbed of his staunch allies, Coriel rallied the last of his dark angels in the shadow of a skyscraping pylon. As the Crimson Slaughter howled fresh battle cries, the sons of Caliban prepared to sell their lives dearly. In the west, The 75th and the 403rd defended a rampart of dead. The wall of charred and bloody flesh grew taller with each new onslaught. A treacherous, gore-slicked mass that claimed as many lives as the defenders' volleys. Yet still the cultists came on. As yet another assault ended in sodden ruin, the tone of the cultist chant altered. Hellfire flared across the points of rusted icons. Dark prayers billowed with the smoke, and the first demons clawed their way onto the Elysium fields. The hellspawn flickered, inconstant as dreams in the shadows of the ancient pylons, but their claws cut as savagely as always. Their whispered promises and the drone of flies no less pervasive for the infirmity of flesh. Warpfire scoured the bloody rampart, lithesome demonettes dancing into the breaches, and the western front crumbled. Celestine saw the danger. Only to the north had the traitors' assault crumpled entirely, hammered and split by the unwavering zeal of the Adeptus Sororitas. The Battle Sisters had paid a high price for their victory, but it was victory nonetheless. The light of the living saint shone as bright as ever, the valour of her reborn Gemini superior undimmed. Southward they went, hymns of battle echoing above the pylons, the thunder of bolt guns never far behind. As the remnants of the Cadian Ace withdrew into the catacombs, Abaddon led his Terminators in bloody pursuit. Other warbands followed, and soon the outermost passageways resounded to the thunder of autocannons and the screams of the dying. Their ranks bolstered by Corps Scitari, the Eighth fought like lions for every inch of those catacombs. Each blast door became a choke point where sacrifice sports precious moments. Each crossroads, a corpse-strewn redoubt. Creed fought with the rearguard, leading by example wherever he could. With their colours lost, their command dead upon the field above, he knew the Eighth needed a talisman, a promise of hope in a battle swiftly turning to defeat. The Eighth did not disappoint him. Not lightly. Had they been named the Lord Castellan's own, they would have followed Creed into the fires of a demon world, had only he led them there. And with every defiant curse, every rearguard sacrifice to the despoiler's onset, they proved themselves worthy of their beloved general. Deeper still in the catacomb network, Archmagus Cawl laboured on. At Trazian's direction, he focused his attention on the pylon that served as the command node for the Elysium fields. With each moment, the tendrils of his machine consciousness wended deeper into the pylon's pathways, his understanding of its arcane constructions magnifying with each binary calculation. At last, he comprehended the full scope and purpose of the pylon fields, the elegance of a design millennia beyond the advances of the Adeptus Mechanicus. Trazian the Infinite watched from the shadows, careful not to provoke the Cataphron breachers tasked with his obliteration should he attempt betrayal. He still didn't know himself, if he intended one. The possibilities offered by the immediate future were too tempting, yet too finely balanced. Had he come as thief, or as saviour? Did he any longer know how to make the choice? Uncertain, the Necron watched the Archmagos at his work. The western wall of the vast cavern collapsed with an ear-splitting roar. Black-armoured traitors crashed into the line of waiting electro-priests, a line that collapsed within moments of the first blow. Abaddon himself hacked and tore at their head, the demon sword Drachnien cleaving alloy and bone without effort. Cawl saw none of it, his tri-level consciousness locked in the joys of discovery. Trazian watched the breacher's torsion cannons rip into the traitors' ranks, and knew at once the Cataphrons could not prevail. Thief or saviour. The decision had been made for him, at least for the moment. Reaching beneath his scaled cloak, the Necron withdrew a gleaming fractal tesseract labyrinth and hurled it into the fray. It bounced twice, the shifting energy fields decomposing into glowing gossamer strands. Then its captive dimensions unfolded in a burst of dazzling light, disgorging a new army into the war-torn cavern. This was not a Necron legion, not even a body of troops drawn from a single world. The Tesseract's contents comprised the merest fragment of Trazian's imperial collection, drawn from archives filled to the bursting, or storage vaults given over to duplicate exhibits. Some had languished in Somnimnus's stasis vaults for millennia, fleeting centuries passing unnoticed. Others had joined the collection in but recent times, their captivity measured in months or years. For Lieutenant Commander Cervantes of the Ultramarines, barely an eye blink had passed since the dark days of the heresy. For his contempted dreadnoughts and mortal brothers alike, no guidance was needed save the presence of the blasphemous icons of chaos and the Imperium's double-headed eagle. The dreadnought Talon at their head, the time-lost Ultramarines prosecuted their eternal battle anew. Others were not so swift to react. The Vostroyan 21st, taken during one of the innumerable greenskin offences along the Segmentum Obscurus, found themselves beset with stasis sickness, their heads swimming as perception snapped back into step with reality. But the roar of battle cures many ills of the mind, and the desire for survival transcends all existential doubt. Orders rang out, and the shaken Vostroyans entered the fray, joined by snipers from long-dead Tanith salamanders thought lost during the Clovian disaster, and a lone warrior in gold armour, his scarlet plume and eagle heraldry seldom seen so far from the cradle of mankind. With the arrival of the impossible reinforcements, the Black Legion assault stalled. His self-appointed duty done, Trajan returned to the shadows. The role of saviour might perhaps have suited him in that hour, but self-sacrifice was a task he gladly left to organics. Yet there was one amongst the Tesseract-loosed group who did not join the battle, but surveyed it coldly from the fringes. Caterina Greyfax, Inquisitor of the Order Hereticus, was not known for leaping to rash conclusions, for she counted rashness as but one of the many paths to heresy. Her bodyguard, drawn from the 55th Capic Eagles, had learned this harsh lesson over many years of indentured service. Though lasguns were levelled and safeties disengaged, not a single scion fired. "Sir, we have movement amongst the Blackstone debris." Commodore Travail crossed to the Auspex Hollow display. Phalanx's sensors had taken as much of a hammering as the rest of the vessel, but fidelity enough remained to confirm the ensign's assessment. At least a dozen traitor cruisers risked oblivion amidst the debris cloud. "What are those scum playing at?" he breathed. The question was purely rhetorical. Whatever the Black Fleet sought in the ruins, it was Travail's duty to see that it went undiscovered. "Helm, get us underway. Set heading for the near edge of the debris cloud. Comms, relay a request to our Mechanicus allies to cover our abaft starboard engagement zone. The shield generators are still down, and we've dead sensors all across that quadrant." The deck tremoured as Phalanx got under way. Travaux glanced again at the display for any response from the Black Fleet. He saw none. Was it a trap? The communications officer looked up from his station. "Mechanicus fleet confirms request." On the hollow display, the bulk of the Red Fleet swung into new headings. Only the Arch Mechanicus remained on station, well beyond weapons range. Travail knew he'd received no explanation as to why, and gave silent thanks that the depths of Mars had lent him any vessels at all. Chapter 3. The Chime of Midnight. Faith. In the right hands, it is humanity's greatest weapon. Yet even the finest blade is rendered fallible by its wielder. In the wrong hands, the mighty sword of faith can do more to hurt the Emperor's realm than can all the treacherous demons of the warp combined. This is why those who profess to be the most holy amongst us must be put to the sternest test. Inquisitor Caterina Greyfax. The Despoiler's Wrath. The nodal cavern shook with the fury of war. The bedrock of the planet trembled at the clash of the insurmountable wills. As in the Elysian fields above, this was no battle of tactics, of grand strategy calculated and unleashed. It was a brawl fought at the closest of quarters, the dying near enough to see the hatred in their slayer's eyes. Lieutenant Commander Cervantes knew something was amiss. The broad strokes of the battle were correct, but the details were wrong. It seemed obvious that the foe was some nest of traitors, fallen from the Emperor's light, but their heraldry was unfamiliar. Even the war gear of his allies was wrong, somehow cruder than it should have been. But one certainty eroded those doubts. The foes of the Imperium had arisen, and would be put down by the might of Ultramar. The thunderclap of a demolisher shell ripped Cawl from his binaric reverie, just as the last synapse connection snapped into place. Many-faceted eyes took in the losing battle in the cavern. His cerebrum slipped into war mode. It would take time for the pylon node to process his instructions, for the schema he had fashioned to unfurl. His carapace crackled as tertiary life support bled power into his weapon augments. Vox grills cleared, the syllables of their lingua technis rising without conscious thought. Around the chamber, the voices of electro-priests and scitarii took up the chant, and wavering lines found strength in the Omnissiah's blessings. The hunched figure of Belisarius Cawl quickened an unfamiliar uncertainty in Abaddon's black heart. Had the adepts of Mars at last divined the strategy of eons? Uncertainty blossomed into doubt. The despoiler had sought to break Cadia's defenders before ushering them into oblivion. The brutal hierarchy of the Black Fleet required a show of strength. The Dark Gods demanded it. But had he erred? Horus had failed in his grand design by succumbing to bravado, forsaking battle when none was needed. Had he, Abaddon, now fallen into the clutches of pride? Recognizing the battle for Cadia had reached its last, deadly crux, Abaddon commanded his sorcerers to breach the Immaterium. No sooner had the first cracks torn reality's veil than a host of blood-hungry demons burst free into the cavern. With a snarl not entirely directed at his foes, the despoiler dredged up every last scrap of his warp-granted strength and hurled himself into battle anew. The last contemptor fell, ripped apart by a trio of hellbrutes, and the Ultramarine's fate grew bleak. Fire danced through the air, coalescing into the somber shadows of the Legion of the Damned. Unyielding, they marched to the Ultramarine's rescue, bolters spitting soul fire to consume the corrupt. A many-armed Slaaneshi demon led a capering horde into the Vostroyan ranks, false and blasphemous promises spilling from its lips. Cawl's solar atomizer flared, and the beast disintegrated into glowing dust. Scions of the Capic Eagles collapsed, retching bloody bile through their rebreathers, as the beautiful gifts of Nurgle found purchase in their lungs. Cataphrons converged their fire, melting a pack of Morlophines to scrap. The cavern trembled, dust scattering from newly opened fissures. Colossal stalactites, millennia in the making, fell like stone rain, pulping traitor and loyalist alike. Cadia stands! The battle cry thundered across the ruin of the breached cavern wall. It issued from 1,000 voices, searing forth from a quarter the Black Legion assumed tight within their merciless grip. The Cadian Eighth fired again. Then, with Creed's battle cry, the call to arms that had kept Cadia defiant for those past weeks, still upon their lips, they surged over broken stone and bloody corpses to avenge their comrades. Howling shapes came with them, blurs of fang and slate-grey armor, the iron wool sigils upon every pauldron. Wulfen led the charge, battle brothers lost to the Space War's ancestral curse since Cadia's encirclement. Even those who followed, Hyphil amongst them, fought with a feral wildness in their eyes, their humanity slipping away with every blow struck. The Iron Wolves had embraced this knowledge. They knew with certainty that the savagery of war would only accelerate their devolution, but they loosed the beast in their hearts. But they loosed the beast in their souls all the same, for Ras and for the All-Father. The Black Legion ground on. 10,000 years of hate drove them, 10,000 years of pride and fury. The bringers of despair tore at the time-lost Ultramarines with blade and fist, rending cataphractii armor and pulping the flesh beneath. The talon of Horus ripped Saranti's arm from its socket. Drachnien split him in two. The captain's loss only stiffened his battle brothers' resolve, and they met the fury of the Black Legion with discipline instilled at Gilliman's own hand. But even as the Capic Eagles poured their fire into the Black Legion's flank, it became apparent that discipline and fury alone would not overcome 10,000 years of blessed hate. Something more was needed. With a yawning groan, an area ceiling the size of a landing field gave way. Cadians and Capics scattered or were crushed beneath the debris. The Black Legion fought on. Abaddon, Saranti's sundered corpse lifeless at his feet, sought out the soul whose obliteration would at last break the defender's will. Pride had led Abaddon to this hour. It could not be ignored, only sated. His black gaze settled on the heavy-set general who had barely escaped him on the plains above. Creed. Cadia had stood too long through his efforts, and the dark gods would now take his soul. A bellowed command, and gore-slicked demons sprang screaming at the Cadian Gate, the terminators of the Black Legion close behind. Golden light spilled through the sundered ceiling, flooding the nodal chamber. Celestine, the living saint, corpse bride of the eternal emperor. She showed no hesitation, no doubt. Fire streaming from her wingtips, she swooped to confront the despoiler. Demons pounced, but a sweep of the ardent blade cast them broken to the ground. Winged possessed soared, talons clawing at limb and blade, but the Gemini Superior clove them from the air. Soon they faced one another. Spiritual daughter of the beneficent emperor, an heir to the greatest traitor in the history of mankind. No words were spoken. None were needed. Soulfire roiled as the ardent blade struck Draknian, the wail of hope and despair shivering the spirits of all who heard it. Abaddon was the mightier by far. Alone, Celestine had no hope of triumph. But she was not alone. The Gemini Superior were ever at her side, the three fighting as one against the despoiler of legends. At the cavern's edge, Katerina Greyfax beheld Celestine's arrival with revulsion. How long had she been gone that such heresy could take root? Battle sisters suffused with the power of idolatry, warriors of the Adeptus Astartes reveling in the corruption of their own mutations. Spirits wreathed in hellfire. And yet, the loyal soldiers of Cadia and Ultramar, known across the galaxy for their unswerving devotion, their purity, embraced these evils in the name of victory? It was a cornerstone of Greyfax's certainty that evil had no shades, no lesser forms that could be tolerated in service to a larger goal. Purity was perfection, uncompromising, ideal. She had killed thousands for lesser sins than this. She had killed her own kind for wavering from the path. What victory could there be if adamant precepts were torn asunder? The shadows reformed around her, green eyes blazed. Greyfax aimed the muzzle of her condemner bolt gun squarely between them. Abomination. That word, a metal hand gestured lazily across the cavern. Stop me if this sounds familiar, but I suspect your priorities require re-evaluation. You sow corruption wherever you tread. Your reckoning is overdue. She pulled the trigger, or she tried to. Her finger didn't respond. Trazen opened his palm, a flood of microscopic machines flowing over his fingers. I'm not a fool. The mind shackle will not let you harm me. Bile flooded Greyfax's mouth. Anger seared it away. You've corrupted me, as you did Valeria. A precaution only. As for Valeria, she had a remarkable brain. You robbed me of the opportunity for study. Again, Greyfax tried to pull the trigger. Again, nothing happened. Useless. I brought you here out of common cause, said Trazen. I am not yet done with this world, and nor is your Imperium. If you seek to save it, I suggest you focus that formidable certainty of yours elsewhere. Our reckoning will wait. With a snarl, Greyfax turned away. At last, slivers of data congealed in the mechanical recesses of Cawl's mind. The nodal grid was ready. A labor that might yet overshadow 10,000 years of lesser works was prepared. And yet, the Archimagos suffered an onset of doubt. What if the Necron had lied? Cawl's delvings had only scratched the surface. There was still so much about the pylon's function that he could only guess at. As the last of the time-lost Ultramarine struck his dying blow, Cawl's priorities snapped back into focus. Logic dictated the unmistakable danger before his eyes take precedent over unsubstantiated premonition. Offering one last prayer to the Omnissiah, Cawl sent the command. It began slowly, The resonant pulse of the pylons, normally unheard by all save warp sensitives, grew steadily in pitch and volume. Louder it pulsed, a dull rumble consuming the roar of battle all across the Elysium fields. Black lightning crackled along the pylon's flanks. Combatants from both sides collapsed, blood streaming from eyes and noses. Psychers froze as their connection to the Imperium faded, their conscious minds dragged into oblivion. Black light leapt from the pylon's pinnacles, not just from those upon the Elysium fields, but every functioning pylon yet on Cadia. The beams converged in the upper atmosphere, the outer edge brushing Phalanx's golden flank. As the battle fortress's engines flared in evasive action, the monolithic beam seared across the stars, a sable lance aimed at the heart of the Eye of Terror. Slowly, the shift too small for even the most sensitive of instruments to tally, the Oculus Terribus began to shrink. Though none in the nodal cavern knew the scope of Cawl's undertaking, the effects were immediate and pronounced. Abaddon's host of demons, their hold on reality already made fickle by the pylon's formerly dormant state, slipped further into the abyss that spawned them. Demon-fused traitors bellowed their last as their cursed hearts were torn into the void. Possessed war engines fell silent. Greyfax screamed wordlessly as the immaterium purging grasp of the pylons clawed at her mind. Righteous anger her anchor on reality's shores, she clung to the precipice, refusing to yield. Even Abaddon staggered under the assault, but the despoiler had ever stood as much apart from his dark patrons as at their side, and he endured the fading of their blessings with snarling fortitude. Others were not so fortunate. The Legion of the Damned, their presence in the mortal world ever inconsistent, blinked out like wind-guttered candles, their flames snuffed by the pylon's power. Even Celestine, the manifestation of the Emperor's will, grew dim. The golden light faded, and with it, the hopes of mankind. Faith, the same faith that had sustained Cadia's defense in those darkest of hours, began to recede. Valor faded alongside, not just within the ranks of Creed's swollen regiment, but also among the Capic Eagles and the Vostroyans so recently set loose from Trajan's prison. As for the Black Legion, they cared not that the better part of their demon host was swept away, and the remainder weakened. They saw only the physical proof of their ancient belief. The false Emperor's light was fading, and took new strength from the sight. The battle for the nodal cavern shifted, its pace quickening. Orvan Highfell died amongst his snarling brethren. Gauntlets locked about a bloodthirster's throat, even as the beast tore him apart. Wolfen avenged him, ripping the demon asunder with fang and claw. But one by one, they too succumbed to their wounds, the wake of dead and dying traitors one last offering to the All-Father. Creed stood firm. The Eighth was with him. Their example spread to the stern men of Vostroya. The Capic Eagles, determined that the scions of the Schola Progenium would not be outdone by mere guardsmen, found their courage in pride. Through it all, the duel of ideologies wore on. The despoiler on one side, the living saint and her Gemini superior upon the other. What had begun as an equal battle now favoured Abaddon. But the dark gods had blessed him. He had stood amongst the greatest of the Adeptus Astartes, seldom bested in battle. Bereft of the Emperor's light, Celestine was a mortal shell, reborn too many times from the tides of the Immaterium. Her handmaidens were extensions of her faded light, weakened by the Immaterium's recession. Their resolve didn't waver. The outcome was never in doubt. Eleanor spiraled away from the duel, blood oozing from her lips. Blackguard closed around Genevieve, a wall of Terminator armor and roaring chain blades that even her blessed sword could not pierce. Again and again, the ardent blade clashed with Draknian, but Celestine's efforts were now given over solely to her own defense, and even these desperate parries grew weaker with every stroke. At last, a backhand blow cast Celestine to her knees. Creed saw the living saint fall, and knew at once that her death would mark the end of all they had striven for. Bellowing orders, he threw the Eighth forward in one last desperate charge. Dracnian slashed down. Celestine screamed and convulsed as Abaddon raised the demon blade for a second strike. The living saint clambered unsteadily to her feet, one hand clamped over a bloody gash in her armor's side, but her gaze unfaltering. Agony exploded behind Abaddon's eyes. Searing pain arced across his synapse. Neurons flared and died, consumed by an attack channeled through the fading skeins of the Imperium. His demon blade, meant to pierce Celestine's heart, froze mid-strike. Katerina Greyfax gritted her teeth, channeling into her psychic assault all the rage she had known since her reawakening. Though she was loath to admit it, Trazyn had been correct. Her priorities had strayed. An Inquisitor's duty was to the Imperium, not to her own slighted being. Moreover, while all heresies must be purged by flame, some clamoured for its caress more urgently than others. Retribution would find the false saint. Of that Greyfax was certain, but Abaddon's sins held the prior claim. Blinded and staggering, the despoiler fought back, his indomitable will meeting the psychic fire with some of its own. Strength already sapped by a constant battle against the pylon's pull, Greyfax's hold on his mind snapped, but she wasn't yet done. As the malediction faded, the Inquisitor's condemnor bolt gun roared. Shells scattering off his armor, Abaddon started towards Celestine once more. A rush of bayonets blocked his path. The Cadian Eighth were determined to preserve their beloved saint, even at the cost of their lives. And die they did, by the dozen, by the score, hacked apart as the despoiler strove to reach the wounded Celestine. With their blood, they bought the saint precious moments. The chamber shuddered. The nodal pylon flared again, ceding war mode functions to his secondary and tertiary consciousnesses. Archimagos Cawl interrogated the data streams from his surviving servitors. It was working. The impossible was coming to pass. The Cadian pylons, dormant for thousands upon thousands of years, were actually pushing back the Eye of Terror's warped embrace. Across the cavern, demons lost their last foothold in real space, cast back into oblivion by the pylon's black light, leaving behind naught but the bodies of their victims. In space above, navigators lost their bearings. The Cadian Gate, a legend of becalmed warp tides since the earliest days of the Imperium, grew motionless as a frozen mill pond. The layered void shield of Phalanx collapsed to nothing as their connections to the Immaterium faded. Teleport relays flickered, their transit corridors diffusing as the warp receded. From Phalanx's strategium, Commodore Trevaux took in the rush of reports and wondered what it all meant. Ahead, beyond the jet-black utterance of Cadia's pylons, Chaos cruisers broke cover from amongst the Will of Eternity's debris field and drove hard for the safety of the Black Fleet's big guns. As recon Thunderhawks burned towards the Blackstone's grave, Trevaux kept a suspicious eye fixed on the Auspex hologrid. His instincts screamed of imminent danger, but his conscious mind saw none. Unprepared to embrace one over the other, Trevaux watched and waited for new data. Abaddon stood like a rock jutting in a river of flesh and bone, Dracnian carving a bloody swathe with every strike. The despoiler and the wounded saint became the battle's focus. Every soul within the nodal chamber, living or damned, knew that victory or defeat turned upon the fate of those champions. The Terminators of the Black Legion regained their master's side, only to come under renewed fire from hotshot lasguns. The Vostroyan 21st were torn apart by a countercharge of power-armored Chosen, the stalemate ground on. A bloody battle enough to whet Khorne's appetites, had only the Lord of Battles been able to peer through the growing dead zone of the Cadian pylon field. Slowly, the fate of the northern flank turned. The Black Legion, driven from the beleaguered Capic Eagles by the massed fire of Cawl's maniples. Seizing the opportunity, Greyfax rejoined the embattled shock troops, her every barked order laced with unambiguous threat. More afraid of the grim Inquisitor than the guns of the Black Legion, the Eagles advanced. Taking command of a Kasakian platoon, Creed led another charge across the bloody ground. The Lord Castellan had no doubts about his ability to match Abaddon, might for might, but the Astra Militarum way had ever been to overcome with numbers that which could not be bested through skill. Trazyn the Infinite watched the battle from a rocky perch, aware that history unfolded before him, His taste for glory had faded, replaced by the urge to claim a trinket for the momentous hour. Perhaps a thief was all he was meant to be. Metal fingers toyed with a tesseract labyrinth, its unfathomable dimensions fit to carry a single trophy from embattled Cadia. But what should that trophy be? So many prizes worthy of preservation clamoured for attention. A stray culverin blast shuddered Trazian's stalagmite, and he retired to safer ground. The tesseract would wait. Whatever his prize, its historic value would only increase as the course of victory tipped one way or the other. Creed sighted along his pistol, and a center laser burst through the Chaos Terminator's cracked eyepiece. Before him, a gout of warp-tainted promethium immolated a file of Kasarkin. A dark shape loomed through the flames, eyes burning like coals. The Talon of Horus roared, snatching the rest of Creed's escort into oblivion. The air was thick with the screams of burning Kasarkin, the roar of gunfire, and the Black Legion's harsh oaths. Creed twisted around, searching for allies in the dust and smoke. He found none, only the dead. "Cadia stands!" Creed bellowed the mantra. No other voice took up the cry. Mocking laughter cut across the cacophony. Creed raised his pistols, sending shots after shot into Abaddon's path. One raised a livid wound upon the despoiler's pale brow. The others refracted across his baroque armor. "Cadia is dead!" thundered Abaddon. "Even now, its doom comes." The monstrous lightning claw lashed out. Creed fell amongst the dead, blood oozing from a ravaged arm, electricity arcing across his armor. His pistols had gone. One cast aside by the claw's strike, the other slipped from a bloodied hand whose fingers had been sliced away. Yet Creed felt no fear, only defiance. "Cadia lives, while but one of its soldiers fight on." Crackling talons closed around Creed's neck, hoisting him effortlessly into the air. "I set this world's fate in motion before I even made planetfall. But for hubris, I would never have set foot here at all. Your games with the pylons have only reinforced the folly of pride." Creed clawed at the talons with his one good hand. They might as well have been carved from stone. "But now," rumbled Abaddon, "the corpse bride has fled. The will of Cadia is broken. The Imperium will follow. I do you the honor of being the last to die by my hand. Take solace in the knowledge that this benighted world will not outlast you." Abaddon drew Creed in, choking off his attempts to speak. "Cadia has fallen." Abaddon's grip tightened, the vertebrae of Creed's neck ground together. As darkness closed in, the Lord Castellan knew only shame. Cadia had stood proud for 10,000 years, only to fall under his watch. The humiliation of failed duty was worse than any death. A roar of pain dragged Creed out of the darkness. A gold figure, pale as death, stood behind the despoiler, her sword thrust deep into his spine. The talon snapped open, and Creed fell. "The Emperor protects," breathed Celestine. The death of defiance. Abaddon lurched away from Celestine, her blade ripping free of his flesh. The wound seethed as if aflame. It had been millennia since he had last been hurt so, and his spirit boiled with the need for revenge. But as the Cadian Eighth surged to reclaim their beloved general, Abaddon realized he had no time for the luxury of pride. The last vestiges of the warp were retreating behind the pylon's arcane energies. If he were to depart, it would have to be now. Reluctantly, his eyes never leaving Celestine's, Abaddon gave the order to withdraw. As the vengeful spirit's teleport anchors engaged, the honorable warrior Abaddon had once been acknowledged the feat Cadia's defenders had managed. They had lost, though they did not yet know it. But they had also won. He had sought to break Cadia's spirit, send the vanquished souls of its garrisons screaming into the warp. He had not done so. Before the defenders' incredulous gazes, Azure lightning crackled across the nodal cavern, and the surviving warriors of the Black Legion faded into nothingness. Creed pulled angrily away from the medic who attempted to treat his hand, blinking away after images as the implications hammered home. I set this world's fate in motion before I even made planetfall, Abaddon had said. The Lord Castellan wished he could believe the words were mere bravado, but his heavy heart knew otherwise. Following the sudden cessation, Archmagos Cawl's first thought was to recheck the nodal grid's function. Finding it satisfactory, he secured from war mode and took inventory of his remaining forces. Greyfax shook with the effort of keeping her soul centered as the warp vacuum sought to claim it. Trazine slipped the Tesseract labyrinth beneath his cloak and regretfully allowed that Ezekiel Abaddon would not grace his collection, at least not that day. As for Celestine, the living saint stared upward, through the ruined cavern roof and into the starlit skies beyond, her manner that of one who already knew what would happen next. The void in Greyfax's mind grew larger, black and hungry against the red rage of her thoughts. Her weapons fell from numbed hands. She knew that to yield to it was to embrace oblivion, but still the temptation was there. She staggered and sought to right herself before one of her bodyguards could help her to do so. A hand seized Greyfax's shoulder and steadied her. Not that of a Tempestor scion, but the heretic Celestine. "Endure," said the false saint. "It will not be forever." Greyfax lurched away, the suddenness of the motion shooting fresh spikes of pain through her mind. "Touch me not, witch!" Celestine's lips curled into a supercilious smile. "If I am a witch, then why did you save me? I struck at another. It is not the same. Or perhaps the Emperor's hand guided you, as it guided me." "A miracle?" A throbbing pain made the disdain all the easier. "Some call them so." "There are no miracles," spat Greyfax. "Only delusions. I will break your heresy. You will beg for death." The void in her mind passed. Again she staggered. Again Celestine caught her. "We shall see. We shall see," said the false saint. Letting go of the Inquisitor's shoulder, she walked away. On the surface, the Thunderhawks of the Crimson Slaughter and warped dropships of the traitor legions braved the Defender's fire, retrieving whatever dark brothers and demon engines they could. The cultist and heretic citizenry, never more than fodder to weary Cadia's guns, were abandoned to their fate. Torgaradon rallied what remained of the Imperial Fist. Scarce a score of battle brothers from the Third Company still fought, some through horrendous wounds. Of the first, only Sergeant Furin remained. Garadon was struck by the irony. The Third had only been on Phalanx because they had been considered too inexperienced to join the chapter's crusade of vengeance. Those who remained had nothing more to prove, assuming they survived what was to come next. By contrast, Marshal Amaric's Black Templars harried the retreating traitors, slaughtering the crew of one dropship before they took flight, and bringing another two down with missile fire. Even discounting Amalric's efforts, not all the Black Legion arrived safely. At their destination, caught in the turbulent currents of the warp, scores were torn apart or simply scattered as monomolecular dust across Cadia's atmosphere. But Abaddon survived, bloody and consumed with fury at his failure. From the vengeful spirit's strategium, he sounded the knell of Cadia's doom. Deep within the Will of Eternity's debris cloud, Warp Smiths heard Abaddon's order. All across the largest fragments of debris, a mass of ancient stone the size of a small moon, banks of plasma drives roared into life. The Blackstone's corpse shuddered as the engines fought to overcome the inertia of orbit. Then, slowly at first, but with ever-increasing velocity, the Ungainly missile broke orbit and roared planetwards. Across the Black Fleet, plasma drives blazed as soon as the last dropships were aboard, pulling away from their atmosphere at whatever speed their captains could urge. As the vengeful spirit led the exodus, Abaddon beheld the blue-grey orb of Cadia one last time. For 10,000 years, that world had been as much his foe as the warriors that garrisoned its fortress. But nothing defied the will of chaos forever. Nothing defied his will forever. Losing a peal of dark laughter, the despoiler decanted a draught of broke wine into a chalice fashioned from the skull of Fabius Bile's clone of Horus, and toasted the death of one ancient foe with the remains of another. Aboard Phalanx, Commodore Trevaux at last realized the Chaos Cruiser's purpose within the debris cloud, and ordered the battle station's batteries to engage the improvised missile. But in death, the Blackstone resisted Phalanx's fire as it had failed to do in life. A section of the ramshackle drivetrain went dark beneath the bombardment. But by then, Cadia's gluttonous gravity well had seized the plunging Blackstone. All Trevaux could do was broadcast a warning to those on the planet's surface. Down the Blackstone wreckage plunged, its outer edge blazing red with atmospheric friction. But the will of eternity had been forged to withstand fiercer fires than any that nature could provide. Though the last of the warpsmiths perished, their hab shelters burned away by Cadia's wrath, the main body plunged on, a bolt of flaming brimstone cast from Abaddon's dark hand. All upon the planet's surface heard the Blackstone's coming. Its soul-wrenching onset screeched through the quickening winds, its presence already disrupting the complex web of thermals and weather patterns across the beleaguered planet. On Cadia Tertius, half a world away from the slaughter of the Elysium fields, the defenders of scattered garrisons deemed too insignificant for Abaddon's attention beheld the Blackstone's onset as a pinprick of fire amidst the shrieking skies. At first, it was taken for a ship's reactor going critical in outer orbit, but as the moments ticked past, and the fireball grew ever larger, it became clear that the light heralded an altogether different scale of disaster. Winds howling above it, the artificial meteor impacted Cadia. The Fall of Cadia. Cadia shuddered, impossible forces jarring it loose of age-old orbit. The survivors clinging to the ruined fortress of Cadia Tertius barely had time to scream. Those beneath the vast impact site perished first, superheated wind roaring in their ears before it seared flesh from bone and reduced bone to scattered ash. The Blackstone remnant struck, gouging a crater hundreds of miles in breadth. Mountains crumbled to dust, seas vanished into plumes of scalding steam. Continental plates rumbled and groaned as they shifted beneath titanic forces not seen since Cadia's first cooled from the star stuff of the galactic void. The tremors spread, tidal waves and screaming particulate winds their heralds. Coastal bastions that had survived bombardment and siege drowned beneath the unnatural tide, ripped from their foundations and dragged beneath the squalling seas. The island of Ranstorn vanished entirely, its shell-ravaged landing fields drowned beneath the waves. 1,000 miles inland on Cadia Secundus, the enduring spires of Casa at last fell, smashed apart by waters of the Caducasi Sea as the tidal shells buckled. Forests that had been old when mankind first settled Cadia burned away in the briefest of moments. Crustal pallets shattered and split, the furious lifeblood of the world boiling forth. Long dormant volcanoes flared to life along the Rosvar Mountains, pyroclastic flows consuming all in their path. The great killing fields of Tyrok, site of Creed's ascension, split asunder and vanished into magma-lit gloom, swallowed by the world's torment. At the Elysium fields, half a world away from the impact site, they heard the roar of the winds and saw the dark onrush of particulate clouds that had blocked out the sun. The canny sought what cover they could amongst the pylons and ruined war machines. The slow-witted perished, torn apart by the vaporized bones of Cadia. The prayers of battle sisters and cultists alike were snatched away by the planet's dying breath, unheard by any deity or saint. In the nodal cavern, the ceiling cracked wider yet, raining boulders down on Creed's bloodied victors. The wind grew, hurling tanks across the pylon fields, crushing those who had sought shelter beneath them. Ancient pylons gave up their grasp on the bedrock, toppling like petrified trees. The pylon field's beam of dark light flickered as the monoliths fell. The retreat of the Imperium faltered, and then slowly reversed. The storm raged for minutes that seemed eternities, and then fell away into hurricane winds. They blew over a world forever altered. Cadia Tertius was gone, obliterated by fire and drowned beneath howling seas. The Crayon fought, bane of Cadia Tertius since the age of strife, had ruptured one last, fateful time, and the planetary crust split apart. Cadia Primus was half drowned, its forested mountains now isolated islands scattered across a new ocean. Cadia Secundus lay wreathed in fire, its continental plates sinking as the pressure of their neighborhoods forced them steadily inwards. None of it mattered. Cadia was already dead. But even then, there was worse to come. As the aftershock of impact rippled through the dying rock, more pylons shattered against the dust-strewn tundra. Not just at the Elysium fields, but at the lesser sites of Casa, Trosk, and Vorg. As the pylons fell, the nodal web stuttered, and then withered entirely. The dark light beam, Cawl speared into the heart of the Eye of Terror, flickered once more, and died. A new sound pealed through the howling winds, the dark laughter of gods too long denied their prize. The crimson maelstrom of the Eye of Terror pulsed anew, and reached out to embrace sundered Cadia. Cawl felt the nodal grid pull apart, the remaining pylons no match for the pressure of the resurgent Immaterium. Through his third consciousness, he dimly acknowledged the screams and the grinding of tortured rock. Then he slaved all his attention to the task at hand. The Archmagos' secondary consciousness translated the alien whisper of the pylons to a static field flow of lingua technis. Gaps appeared in the binaric equations, untranslatable fragments glowing with green fire. They had not been there before. Their presence confirmed the growing instability of the grid. No, he would not fail, not after coming so close. As Cawl's tertiary mind approximated translation for the unfamiliar code, his primary consciousness tightened its grip, as if to hold together the grid by will alone. His optics scoured the shuddering cavern for any trace of Trazine, but of the necron there was no sign. Curse him, and curse Veilwalker too for setting him on this course. Failure changed nothing. Worse, it had jeopardized the pact. A 10,000-year gate now thrown into jeopardy by perfidious Xenos. Rage overwhelmed the logic calculations of Cawl's trifold mind, passionless composure wilting beneath the realization of his folly. The pylons were not the Omnissiah's work, and yet, blinded by pride, he had sought to bind them to holy purpose. He had erred, been seduced from the precepts of Mars by vainglory. Skeins of binaric code slipped into dust beneath Cawl's grip. Equations breathed through his mind, more alien now than recognizable. He felt the nodal grid convulse, the last bindings falling away as critical pylons fell, a dark, cancerous presence flooding across Cadia's surface, rapacious, unstoppable. As the last binaric skein slipped free of his grasp, Cawl finally recognized his folly. The door he had sought to close forever had swung open wider than before. The trifold mind trembled. He disengaged from the dying grid. "Cadia is lost," he breathed. Save for the presence of the pylons, the Immaterium would have claimed Cadia long ago. The long-dead artisans who had set the pylon fields in Cadia's living rock could not have foreseen the Eye of Terror's cataclysmic birth, could not have known the vital bulwark their works would become. But now, with the pylons fall, the tendrils of the warp laid their first loving caresses upon Cadian real space, and the demons of the Dark Gods spilled forth. These were not the flickering manifestations so lately loosed upon the world, their presence in real space under constant challenge by the pylons' power. These were the gods' servants, hale and whole, fed by the raw stuff of chaos. They first appeared amidst drowning Cadia Tertius, where the Blackstone's demise had torn a rent in reality's veil. But as the Eye of Terror slipped its ancient bounds, the rifts multiplied, dragging the beleaguered world into the bowels of the Imperium. Dark laughter echoed across skies still choked with particulate matter. Cadia's surviving psychers, at first freed from the tyranny of the pylons, came under new assault from the perils of the warp. Most were slain at the hand of former allies, their possessed bodies ripped apart by las and bolt of fire, as flesh reshaped into new and terrible forms. Only those with a will of iron held back the demons clawing at their thoughts, and only Catarinia Greyfax found the strength of mind to repel them entirely. And yet, in that darkest hour, hope was reborn. For the restoration of the Imperium saw also the renewed ascension of Celestine and her Germanae Superior. The light of the Emperor restored, she led the survivors out of the chamber and into the wasteland of the Elysium fields. None recognized the sight they beheld. Magma wended its sluggish path amidst the fallen pylons, consuming the bodies of the dead and their armaments of war. Here and there across the plains, sporadic fire rang out as the first demons clawed their way onto the war-torn fields. As the scant survivors of the Elysium fields converged, drawn like flare moths to Celestine's fire, the Cadian Eighth once again looked to Creed for leadership. For the first time since he had joined the White Shields so many years ago, none was forthcoming. The Lord Castellan looked out upon the ruin of his world, his Cadia, and knew only despair. Recognizing that Creed's mind now roamed distant fields, and determined not to allow authority to fall into Celestine's dubious hands, Greyfax seized command. Using what remained of the planetary Voxnet, she issued the evacuation order. Cadia had fallen. Even if it endured the physical trauma of the Blackstone's collision, the warp would soon claim it. Victory in the Imperium's name was worth the sacrifice of thousands, of millions. But the Inquisitor knew no victory could any longer be had on Cadia. Every living soul abandoned upon its sundered shores was but a sacrifice to the Dark Gods. Greyfax expected Celestine to challenge her order, to exhort Cadia to one last glorious stand. But the Golden Saint merely took wing north through the howling winds to carry her blade against the demons assailing the surviving Adeptus Sororitas. Thus began the last exodus of Cadia. From across the globe they came, in landing craft and transport vessels barely fit to fly, plasma drives burning hard for the safety of Phalanx and the ragtag fleet sheltering in its shadow. Not all came safe to their destinations. The overburdened engines failed amidst the howling winds, condemning their cargo to stomach-lurching freefall until the oblivion of impact. Others were peeled apart by winged demons, or simply had their weakened hulls implode under the fantastic pressures. The Cadian 27th perished the last man, as their Tetrarch's pilot succumbed to warp-cast madness and ploughed the limping behemoth into the remains of the Trados Mountains. Helldrakes and Harbingers, operating far from the trailing edge of the Black Fleet, risked the savage winds to spill more blood for the Dark Gods. Dogfights unfolded amongst swirling dust storms as the last Imperial Fist Stormhawk interceptors sought to clear the skies. Yet they were too few to keep the foe contained, and the evacuation fields of Elysium became shell-riddled mausoleums. Elsewhere, the evacuation was dogged by the panic of stampeding masses. As the Imperium came to consume Cadia, terror sought to devour its population. Some regiments kept their order, others disintegrated into mindless mobs. clambering atop overloaded transports in their desperation to escape. At Casa and Casa, officers ordered their Kasakin to fire into the crowds, and disorder became full-blooded riot. At the Elysium Fields, the evacuation became a fighting retreat, every transport a target for soul-hungry demons. In the north, Celestine's Adepta Sororitas slowly gave ground, but at a high cost to their foes. To the south, the tale was the same. The demons there were held by a ragged line of guardsmen, buttressed at either end by Galadon's Imperial fists and the Black Templars of the Cruxis Crusade. But despite their heroism, it soon became clear to Greyfax that the evacuation fields would soon be overrun. Flight-worthy craft were too few and growing scarcer with each passing moment. Some would have to be sacrificed for the rest to escape. It was then that Creed at last roused himself from despair. The Lord Castellan's own would hold Cadia one last time, he decreed. They would buy the time needed, as Cadia ever had, with an offering of blood and bone. Orders were issued, their bleak consequences plain to all who heard, but the Cadian ace did not blanch at the duty placed upon them. There was not one amongst them who did not feel the cold hand of fear, but none broke ranks or attempted desertion. Creed was Cadia, but more than that, he was of the Eighth. He had led the regiment safely through fire and death where others had been consumed. There was not one amongst those ranks who did not owe the Lord Castellan their lives, and all accepted that the debt was due. As the last transport soared into the hellish skies, the Eighth fought and died among the ruins of their world. The sisters of our martyred lady, our Marshal Almerich's Black Templars, were the last to depart, their bloodied survivors crowding aboard transports sent from the Iron Revenant to reclaim the Knights of House Tyrannus. Greyfax departed with them, her suspicious eye ever upon Celestine. But as the landing thrusters flared, the Inquisitor thought she heard a bellowed cry, clear and proud over the howling winds and the roar of cannons. It was a deep voice, bowed by the horrors of war, but not broken, defiant to the last. Cadia stands! Cadia stands! Creed waved his maimed hand in the air, signalling his troops and bellowing to be heard over the fury of the wind. Fall back! Fall back! With a shudder, the Cadian line shrank towards the evacuation fields. The winds rose, stirring the dust storms to new heights. Suddenly, Creed was alone. A flame-chased shadow passed overhead. The cog-toothed skull of the Adeptus Mechanicus emblazed on its flanks. Lasfire lanced from its prow, provoking demonic screams from deeper within dust storms. Then engines roared, and the transport thundered skyward. The last transport. Cadia was now little more than a graveyard, haunted by the stubborn and the dead. Creed stumbled. Despite the medic's labors, his wound still bled. He felt his strength ebbing as his lifeblood seeped into the greatcoat's fabric. One last effort. Then he dressed. One last effort. The storm parted, not before a demon, but a metal giant in a scaled cloak. The wind snatched away Creed's hurried shot. Light glittered from the figure's upraised palm, iridescent polygons billowing in a hypnotic dance. Ursika E. Creed. The giant's sword slammed down like tombstones. This need not be your fate. Eternity awaits. The giant's laughter followed Creed into darkness. In the teeth of the storm. And so, a shrunken fleet of battered vessels and weary souls left Cadia's orbit and set course for the system's edge. The Eye of Terror, no longer contained, spilled from its ancient bounds, a crimson trail of roaring flame bleeding through the Cadian Gate and into the galaxy. There was no jubilation aboard the fleet, no sense of victory, despite the odds endured. Too many had perished before Greyfax issued her evacuation order, and even then, a bare fraction of Cadia's surviving outposts had heard the desperate voxcast. At the 13th Black Crusade's inception, Cadia had been a world of some 850 million souls. Scarce 3 million now sought salvation from Abaddon's forces. The legend of Cadia might yet one day endure on another, distant world, but now its bloodlines teetered on the brink. From the outset, warp travel was decreed unwise, the starship's navigators unable to see safe routes through the Imperium. With the fall of the pylons, the navigable corridor of the Cadian Gate was collapsing in upon itself. There was no surer way to embrace oblivion than risk those turbulent tides. So it was that the fleet's plasma drives were pushed up to, and sometimes beyond, their limits. Once more under Tor Garadon's command, Phalanx took the lead, the threat of its guns driving traitor cruisers from the evacuation's path. Behind came the battle-scarred vessels of the Imperial Navy, and those few civilian craft that had survived Cadia's fall. Last came the Mechanicus vessels of Belisarius Cawl. The adepts of Mars had come late to the Cadian war zone, and their ships were the least damaged as a consequence. As the evacuee fleet called beyond the horizon of Cadia's gravity well, this changed. Inured to the dangers of travel within the eye of Terra's corona, Abaddon's most opportunistic captains now swarmed in relentless pursuit. The void blazed with light as waves of corsairs braved the Adeptus Mechanicus broadsides to claim prizes amongst the retreating fleet. All perished, their atoms scattered across the collapsing Cadian Gate by the unfaltering fire of Cawl's fleet, but few without making their mark. 20 hours into the retreat, the Dictator-class cruiser, Hand of Satariel, was crippled by enemy fire, to the loss of all hands and 10,000 souls. In the next 10 hours, 2 frigates and a light cruiser met the same fate. Cawl bore the losses stoically, interpreting them as a penance for his hubris on Cadia, and exhorted his servitor crews to further effort. 40 hours into the retreat, the plasma drives failed on the agri-hauler Pride of St. Seraphos. Faced with the choice of risking the whole fleet for the sake of those crammed like a slaughtered herd into the hauler's hold, Garadon took board, the sparse transport craft escaping the wreck, but reluctantly abandoned the Pride to the enemy. The captains of the Emperor's Wrath and Dominus Victor, appalled at Garadon's pragmatism, defied his orders and went to the Pride's aid. The choice proved noble, but foolish. Scarce half of the Cadian soldiers aboard the Pride of St. Seraphos had been taken aboard the 2 battleships when the leading edge of the Black Fleet caught up with them. Emperor's Wrath died without ever disengaging its docking beams, torn apart by a traitor's broadside. Dominus Victor broke away, fires blazing all along its starboard flank, but its plasma drives roaring at full force. With fortune and perseverance, it might even have regained the safety of Cawl's rearguard, had not its captain been slain during the fight. In panic, his subordinate ordered an emergency warp jump, even knowing the danger such a course presented. What heading he ordered was a mystery, for Dominus Victor never emerged from the Immaterium. The panic of those within, a delicacy for thirsting Slanesh. Thus another 250,000 fell to the Black Fleet's guns, a tenth of whom had perished through naught save misguided compassion. The red orb of Cadia was barely a pinprick of light against the void. Scarce a day had passed, and it was already succumbing to the eye of Terra's baleful influence. It would make a fine demon world, Abaddon decided, if the tectonic forces he'd set loose did not see it destroyed first. It mattered little either way. After 10 millennia of preparation, the Crimson Path was now ready for him to tread. The only question was whether it would bring him to Terra before it split the galaxy asunder. Again, it mattered little either way. He turned from the viewport as the Strategium's doors rumbled open. Zarafriston advanced across the rusted deck, the clawed foot of his warp stave clicking against the decaying mesh. "My lord Abaddon, why do we not pursue?" Abaddon frowned, leaning forward on the obsidian table that stood between them. A bold question. Too bold for obsequious Zarafriston. The loyalists are beaten. Let the curs of the fleet snap at their heels. They are worth no more than that." The sorcerer crossed to the viewport, his eyes settling upon the red orb of Cadia, transfixed upon the crimson path. "But one vessel carries something precious." Abaddon sneered. "There is nothing of any value aboard Phalanx." Zarafeston's third eye blinked. His lips curled in a knowing smile. "I do not speak of Phalanx. The Arch Mechanicus. The relic that lies within its stasis hold." Unease prickled at Abaddon's thoughts. "What have you seen? What have your auguries told you?" Zarafeston spoke a name, one Abaddon had put far from his thoughts long ago. It seemed impossible, but such words had as much currency now as they had when Horus first set foot on Davin. Lost to sudden rage, the despoiler brought his fist down on the table, shattering it in two. Zarafeston stepped back, his smile fading. In an effort to avoid further losses, Garradon slowed Phalanx's pace so as not to place unnecessary strain on vessels already overburdened. The least space-worthy vessels were brought aboard Phalanx's foredeck hangars, their hatches sealed tight to prevent the curious or treacherous entering the battle fortress proper. Having almost lost Phalanx to invasion weeks earlier, Garradon refused to take any chances with it now, especially as the fury of its guns was the only thing keeping Abaddon's capital ships at a respectful distance. Still, the losses mounted. Fatigue now as deadly a foe as the corsairs of Abaddon's fleet. Sleep was but a memory, banished by the chems consumed with rations during the long hours of battle quarters. 2 days after Dominus Victor's disappearance, mistakes by a weary gunnery team aboard the Toxra Cavius saw the destroyer superstructure blown apart, setting the ship adrift. Within hours of that disaster, a primary psyker aboard Hades 12 succumbed to the whispers in his waking dreams. The emergent keeper of secrets rampaged across 3 decks before the white shields of the Cadian 79th, by now as veteran in thought and deed as any of their comrades, brought it down with unrelenting lasfire. Even after the demon was purged, Garradon ordered Hades 12 quarantined from the rest of the fleet. That status remained until Cawl's Arch Mechanicus, acting under Katarina Greyfax's orders, blasted the destroyer to scrap to prevent any possibility of the heresy within infecting others. 112 hours into the retreat, at the very moment that the demon world once known as Cadia finally succumbed to its fiery death throes, the evacuation fleet approached the outer orbit of Casa, Casa Horn's icy moon. Phalanx's navigators at last pronounced the tides of the warp clear enough to attempt travel. Of the 29 ships that had left Cadia, 16 remained, bearing just over 2.5 million souls between them. It was in that hour that the capital ships of the Black Fleet lost their apparent fear of Phalanx's guns. They dropped out of warp transit, just inside weapons range, 10 of the Black Fleet's mightiest vessels, the Vengeful Spirit at their head. A mix of grand cruisers and battleships, they drove hard for the evacuation fleet's Adeptus Mechanicus rearguard, eschewing their bleak advance favoured by captains seeking to minimize their losses. Abaddon had come, and hell rode upon his heels. Panicked comm bursts crackled across Phalanx's strategium, cut off one by one as the vessels of the evacuee fleet slipped into the relative safety of the warp. Cruisers, heavy transports, freighters, mining scows, all departed the system for the last time, grateful to have escaped Cadia's doom, but fearful of the future that lay ahead. Garradon had time for a single heartfelt curse before Phalanx followed, its countdown too far advanced for safe interruption. With the yawning and creaking of strained metal, the mighty battle fortress let slip the anchors of real space and plunged into the immaterium. Cawl's fleet, their departure deliberately staggered to guard against any vessel being stranded, was alone. The first shells burst among Cawl's formation, fired at some extreme range. Accuracy was impossible. Thus it was only the most damnable ill fortune that saw one shell explode against the Arch Mechanicus' aft shields. The detonation knocked 2 of the vessel's plasma drives out of alignment. Far worse, it crippled the Iron Revenant's Geller fields. For Cawl and all aboard the ship, there could be no escape into the warp. Consumed with fear at the prospect of losing his sacred cargo, Cawl brought the Iron Revenant about to an evasive heading. As their flagship sought to make its escape, the remainder of the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet swung around into blockade formation, their captains accepting without question the sacrifice required of them. The last surviving interceptors boiled from their hangars. The first salvos roared silently away into the void, raking the oncoming cruisers. Of all Cawl's fleet, only the Arch Mechanicus could match one of Abaddon's vessels broadside to broadside, and even then, the Iron Revenant's weaponry was but a pale shadow of the vengeful spirit. But the directness of the Chaos Fleet's approach offered initial fire superiority. Salvo after salvo pounded the traitor vessels, overloading shields and buckling armor. Servitor crews labored with mechanical efficiency, loading and firing without trace of the fatigue that plagued unaugmented crews. Explosions flared in the ever-closing gap between the 2 fleets as the outnumbered interceptors clashed with Helldrakes and Helltalons. Prow lances flared, and liquefied adamantium ran like tears across the armored flanks of the Adeptus Mechanicus ships. The Sanctus Malefic, prow reduced to a torn and pockmarked ruin by torpedo salvos and a strategium crew dead, peeled away on the whim of jammed rudders. But even had twice the vessels barred Abaddon's path, there would have been no halting their advance. The captain of Stroker's Fist, his Auspex arrays blinded by shells, lost his taste for a headlong assault, and gave orders for his Grand Cruiser to instead trade extreme-range volleys. Apocalyptia and the Vengeful Spirit, battered but hale, reached Cawl's picket line of cruisers. The first Chaos broadsides thundered, caught between the 2. Oxy's Phobos melted like ice before the flame, its shields and armor boiling into space moments before a destabilized plasma reactor consumed the vessel from within. Xanthos and Everos Mondas endured the first raking salvos, only to perish in the teeth of the Chaos Cruiser that came behind. Cerebos died snarling, trading broadsides with the Grand Cruiser twice its size, before one last salvo broke its back. Stellaris Mons, its targeting systems obliterated by cannon fire, set collision course for its tormentor. The detonation of its plasma reactor shattering the Chaos battleship's drive section, leaving it adrift amongst the debris. Alpha Scion, its interceptor screen shredded by the Black Fleet's fighters, was swarmed by assault boats. As its captain ordered a last valiant stand, Black Legion boarding parties ripped through the cruiser's breaching bulkheads and slaughtered the bridge crew. One by one, the ships of the Adeptus Mechanicus fleet went dark, or detonated in a flare of plasma. The sacrifices were not in vain. Every moment bought was a moment in which the Iron Revenant's damaged Geller fields could be repaired. But the Arch Mechanicus quickly lost ground before the Vengeful Spirit, which alone of the traitor fleet had ignored the blockade and come full burn after its fleeting prize. Now Abaddon secured the battleship's prow guns from firing, not wanting their ferocious recoil to slow the pace of pursuit. Little by little, the battleship closed with its prey. Recognizing the inevitability that the Vengeful Spirit would soon overtake his injured Ark, Cawl pushed the system beyond maximum tolerance. Superheated steam roared from cracked coolant pipes, klaxons sounded across the drive decks, and pressure manifolds exceeded safety thresholds. It made little difference. Whatever additional acceleration the Archmagos coaxed from the Iron Revenant's damaged engines, it was never enough. The Vengeful Spirit was closing too fast. In a matter of minutes, the battleship would draw level, and the broadsides would begin. Again and again, Cawl processed the probabilities of survival. Each time, the calculations returned vanishing and distant odds. Curiosity had led Cawl to Cadia. Pride had held him there. Now the Iron Revenant would be lost, and its precious cargo alongside. He had failed. Increased drive threshold 17%. The Strategium shuddered as the Iron Revenant's crew enacted Cawl's orders. Greyfax needed no telepathy to know that Cawl understood the futility of his command. The Iron Revenant was doomed. But she would never have known of his secret had she not peered into his mind. An obligation, a sense of duty not yet fulfilled, drove the Archmagos. An imperative so closely guarded she could only see its shape, not its detail. "We cannot outrun this fate," intoned Celestine. Marshal Almarach stirred, his low growl carrying a warning. "Would you have us offer our necks to the spoiler without a fight?" The false saint turned from the viewport. "I beheld this in a dream, a river of blood amongst the stars. The harder we struggle, the more certain our fate. We must find another way." Greyfax felt the old anger rise at these words. "There is no salvation to be found in heresy. If—" she fell silent at Cawl's impatient gesture. "Necessity considers all answers, however improbable their provenance." "She is a heretic!" Greyfax interjected. Greyfax fell silent. She reminded herself that Cawl's artificial span far predated the Inquisition from which her authority sprang. She couldn't take his obedience for granted. "A bold accusation," hissed Cawl, "for one whose blood seethes with necron artifice. Do not deny it. I perceive the nanomachines writhing beneath your skin." At once, Greyfax felt the mood in the Strategium shift. Almaric's expression darkened with fresh suspicion, reminding her of the Black Templar's unpredictable zeal. "I remain uncorrupted," Cawl observed her thoughtfully. "So you say. I can even free you from their grasp. But for that, we must first survive." He shifted his attention to Celestine. "What else do your visions show? What must we do?" The saint indicated Casa on the view screen. "We will find salvation within the ice, and then our crusade will begin anew." Almarich nodded. "Your crusade, lady. But we will follow while our strength remains." Disgusted, Greyfax turned away. The Celestian crusade? The very thought of it made her skin crawl. So the Iron Revenant set course for Casa, the ice moon, under Celestine's direction. Stressed plasma drives brought the Arch Mechanicus around on a new bearing. The motion afforded the Iron Revenant one furious, unanswered broadside at the pursuing, vengeful spirit. The Black Fleet battleship, taken unawares by the sudden change of course, had no opportunity to evade the swarm of torpedoes that sped like rippy fish towards its prow. Shields collapsed, armor crumbled. The prow cannons were blasted free of their moorings, and the colossal 8-pointed star that served as the vengeful spirit's figurehead was reduced to mangled scrap. But that battleship had survived the siege of the Emperor's palace. It had borne wounds far greater than any of the Iron Revenant could inflict. It would not go so quietly. Whatever salvation awaited the Iron Revenant on Casa, Celestine's guidance now put the ship within range of the vengeful spirit's main guns. Abandoning the head-on course, Abaddon closed obliquely, his starboard batteries blazing as they gnawed at the Arch Mechanicus's hull, unable to outpace the battleship. The Iron Revenant did the only thing it could. It endured. Meeting the vengeful spirit's fury with its own, the two warships pounded at one another for over an hour, the pale disk of Casa growing ever larger. The Iron Revenant's macro cannons crashed back on their bearings, unseated by enemy fire. Torpedo tubes spat their last. Hundreds perished in every broadside, their bodies thickening the Arch Mechanicus's causeways, or expelled by violent decompression to bob along the mangled outer hull. Aboard the vengeful spirit, traitors flooded to their assault claws, along passageways crushed by the Iron Revenant's broadsides. The despoiler meant to claim this prize for himself, or else see it burn to nothing in Casa's thin atmosphere. As the battleship shuddered with one final broadside, silencing the Iron Revenant's last interceptor batteries, the Dreadclaw screamed across the void. As the garbled reports of boarding parties reached the Iron Revenant's Strategium, Cawl knew the ship was lost. But it had served its purpose. The dueling vessels were now deep in Klaus's orbit, and the relative shelter of the moon's swirling blizzards was but minutes away. Ceding command of the dying Ark to the crew, Cawl headed deeper into the ship and began the process of unsealing the stasis vault. As the Adeptus Sororitas made for the undamaged portside hangars, Marshal Almerich declared his battle brothers would ensure the Iron Revenant died fighting. Greyfax argued against this course. To her mind, Cawl was already half under Celestine's spell, and the Inquisitor wanted allies of her own close to hand. But Almerich was resistant. The Marshal's pride chafed from the long retreat, and only the presentation of the Inquisitorial seal bent him to Greyfax's will. So it was that a flight of transports spiraled planetwards, bearing their weary cargo. They used the dying Iron Revenant as cover against the vengeful spirit, and the last of the doomed Ark's fighter craft as escort. As Iron Revenant at last began to break apart, and the Helldrake screamed in pursuit, the fleeing convoy vanished into the howling snowstorms. The snows of Clasis. The blizzards of frozen Clasis might have blinded Abaddon's pursuit, but they did not end it. Enraged that his quarry might yet escape, the despoiler launched every flight-worthy vessel at his command, scouring the surface for any trace of his prey. Thus Cawl's trek across the glaciers became a fighting retreat, the survivors sent scrabbling for cover amidst the rocks each time a Helldrake shrieked overhead. Such precautions were born more of hope than strategy. There was no hiding the modified Triaros conveyor that contained Cawl's precious reliquary, or the lumbering knights of House Tyrannus, but good fortune held for the first few hours of planetfall. On they trudged, the Adeptus Sororitas following Celestine's holy light, each as unfaltering as she, even though the living saint offered no clue as to the path she struck, or her purpose for doing so. With them came the survivors of the Capic Eagles, flesh blackened with frostbite, but determined to prove as unswerving as the Battle Sisters. Inquisitor Greyfax and Marshal Almerich's Black Templars brought up the rear, each battle brother grim as death in the teeming blizzard. Cawl followed Celestine unfalteringly through the swirling snows. With each step, he grew increasingly certain that the living saint knew his purpose, the burden he had carried for so long. If that was so, perhaps that had been Veil Walker's purpose in directing him to Cadia. Not to unlock the secrets of the pylons, but for Celestine to lead him to the Pact's completion. The living saint was a vessel of the Omnissiah's tripartite will. His purpose was hers. Step by step, Cawl's resolve returned. He told himself that his path from Eriad 6 had been a pilgrimage, a test. He chastened himself for ever doubting the Omnissiah's purpose, and pressed on. Then the snows stopped. The Helldrakes came again soon after, their strafing runs leaving trails of dead and dying across the glacier. Two of the demon craft perished without even touching the frozen ground, blown out of the skies by crack missiles. A third tore a squad of Tempestus Scions apart with tooth and claw, and ripped a chunk of armor from the Triaros, before Cawl's axe split its warped metal skull asunder. From that moment on, there was no silence, no reprieve. Alerted to their quarry's presence, the Black Legion warbands converged upon the glacier. Running battles broke out upon the snowfields, the thunderous echoes of one skirmish scarcely fading before another began. Havocs rained fire down from the mountainous heights. Raptors struck from cloudless skies, the discordant battle cries further shredding the nerves of men and women weary from weeks of strife. Bikers prowled the flanks, roaring into weapons range only when they believed their quarry's attention was elsewhere. All perished. Seraphim swept the crags clear. The backwash of Promethean melting ice formed centuries before. Lasgun volleys cleared the skies of raptors. The pounding cannons of Tyrannus knights purged the icy fields of the despoilers' bikes. But there were always more, their numbers ever replenishing, while the ranks of Cawl's escort grew thinner with each passing hour. As ever more succumbed to their wounds, the survivors drew in closer to the Triaros conveyor. Its projected void shields provided some protection for those closest to it, and, inexplicably, every Imperial soul present felt it their duty to protect whatever was inside. Greyfax's psychic interrogation of her wounded foes revealed that they were surrounded, and the noose was tightening. But there was nothing more to be done other than keep moving, to perhaps break out of the encirclement and buy a few hours of respite. On Celestine journeyed, leading her tattered pilgrimage ever higher into the jagged mountains. The tempest of science fell dead amidst the snows, skin blackened and eyes frozen. By this time, Greyfax had abandoned her attempts at questioning Celestine's purpose. Redoubtable though the Inquisitor was, hers was not the gene-forged fortitude of the Adeptus Astartes, and she needed all her breath for the endless march. Still the Black Legion pursued, the roaring plasma drives of their dropships a constant echo throughout the mountain passes. As the mismatched company reached a ridgeline, Greyfax caught sight of a column of traitor tanks, thick as beetles in the valley below. When Cawl's escort reached the sunken gate of some ancient structure, its surfaces smoothed flat by the driving winds, they found it held against them by a sorcerous cabal. Another bloody skirmish saw the gateway claimed, but the smoke clouds rising from the wreckage of a predator revealed the company's position as clearly as any signal beacon. Before the last sorcerer fell dead, the roar of engines echoed from the valley. "What do you see?" asked the false saint, moving to stand beside the Inquisitor on the ridge. It had been a rhetorical question, Greyfax decided. No eye could have missed the spreading stain of Black Legion tanks across the glacier. "I see our death," she answered sourly. "No," said Celestine. "Salvation awaits us." Stifling her chattering teeth, Greyfax turned angrily away from the ridgeline. "Your lies are wasted on me, idolatress." As ever, the false saint seemed to take no offense. "You serve the Emperor. You trust the Emperor. Why can you not believe his hand guides me?" Greyfax drew closer. "I don't believe anything guides you. You're a heretic, playing on the credulous. I should have let the despoiler kill you. Were you not surrounded by acolytes? I'd kill you now." Celestine smiled. "Then I should kill you first, while I can?" Greyfax squared her shoulders. "Yes." The smile faded. "He has a plan for you too, Caterina. I have seen it." So saying, the false saint took wing. Caterina Greyfax returned to her place in the procession of fools. But though her mood remained bleak, a small corner of her soul took heart from Celestine's words. Marshal Almerich detailed half of his surviving battle brothers to remain behind and guard the pass. The pursuit they faced was now no mere rabble of scattered warbands, he argued, but a column armed and arrayed for battle. Better a few of their number hold and delay that pursuit, buying time for the others to proceed. Volunteers were sought and found. The Emperor's champion Gerin led his battle brothers away down the dreary slopes, knowing that the next battle would also be their last. On Celestine's path wound, ever higher into the peaks. As night fell, the echoes of battle faded from the slopes below. Those Black Templars still at Cawl's side knelt a moment in the snows, Almerich's rumbling voice leading a warrior's chant of benediction for lost brothers. Then they pressed on, unburdened by grief or guilt. By dawn, the snow came again, shielding Cawl's company from prying eyes, but also slowing their advance to a near standstill. They forged onwards, though at a painfully slow pace, and even Celestine's light seemed to fade. As the pale sun reached apogee, the roar of engines came again through the slackening snows. Land raiders slewed across the lower slopes, their teeth tracks biting deep into the permafrost, as they clawed their way in pursuit. At Celestine's urging, Cawl's company pressed on. As the knights of House Tyrannus rained fire on their pursuers, their comrades fell back by squads, each giving covering fire for those that followed, expending their last precious ammunition in the wild climb for the summit. The heavy snowdrifts were taking their toll on the Trios's tracks and progress slowed to a crawl. Call's spirits, restored by faith during the long climb, wavered anew as he sought to soothe the conveyor's wounded spirit. Hellbrutes bellowed their mad praises, and the wail of the raptor's voxcasters set the air screaming. The assault ramp of the nearest land raider crashed down, and Abaddon strode forth, his inner guard of Terminators at his back. The despoiler's coming was too much for the last of the Capic Eagles. Frozen and weary beyond reckoning, they fled uphill, all discipline forgotten. As the despoiler advanced through the snows, Cawl took his place at the forefront of his dwindled company, and prepared to die for a pact that would never be fulfilled. The ice in front of Cawl exploded in a burst of dazzling light. Jet bikes hissed over the icy crest, underslung shuriken cannons rasping death at the Black Legion. Trails of fractured light followed, the whirl of vibrant colours dancing and reforming around leaping, pirouetting warriors. The crest, so lately occupied by the fleeing scions, thickened with graceful warriors armoured with myriad colours. Behind them came slender walkers, their every stride rippling with grace and power, the searing light of their armament unanswerable. The Black Legion fell back before the Eldar onslaught. They had prepared for battle against a fractured and weary foe, half-beaten by cold and despair. Instead, they had been met by an Ulthway strike force and, behind them, witches of Kormorah, warriors of Bialtan, and Eldar from a number of other craft worlds. Abaddon advanced into the maelstrom, bellowing at his warriors to follow. Those who did so perished, sliced apart by dancing blades or shredded by razor-edged shuriken. Twice the despoiler led a charge towards the Triaros. Twice the Eldar hurled the Black Legion bloodily from the crest. Through it all, Cawl and his company staggered deep into the Xenos ranks until the crest was behind them. Ahead, nestled in a natural valley, stretched the elegant spires of Webway Gate, its columns blazing with light. Celestine hovered above the portal's dancing energies, arms outstretched in silent prayer. Cadia had been lost, but the war continued. Cawl topped the crest and gazed down into the mustering war host. Subroutines drew archival data from storage, matching the strange shapes of Xenos armor to records salvaged from a million scattered conflicts. A data cluster salvaged from Port Demesnes confirmed the presence of the notorious rune witch Eldrad Orthran. But as for the others, his analysis returned no firm conclusions. It was scarcely surprising. The Eldar were inconstant, as ever shifting as sand, changing personality as freely as they changed their masks. What did surprise Cawl was the motley nature of the Xenos assemblage. He could access no prior reports of so many disparate Eldar cultures fighting together as one in this manner. Two figures at the center of the host were a true enigma. One a female, attired in an elaborate gown, appearing to be directing proceedings, moving with calm authority amid the swirling storm of color. Beside her was a warrior in crimson, his raiment echoing both Craftworld aspect armor and the cooler plate of the Cormorite pirates. Cawl found no record of its design, even in the deepest archives. With a flicker of light, a familiar figure appeared at Cawl's side, the patterns of her mask dancing with light. Veilwalker. "What is this?" Cawl asked. "Where are you taking us?" "Into the light of a new dawn." The Shadowseer tilted her head, as if confused by the question. "Unless you prefer to remain in the darkness?" With an effort, the Archmagos ignored what he hoped was an attempt at humor. "The Despoiler has a warship in orbit. You cannot hold them for long." "We will not have to." The patterns of Veilwalker's mask danced with new light. "The ending has passed. It is time for a new beginning. There is a parley to be struck, if you have the courage." The Shadowseer cast a graceful hand towards the host. With but the merest hesitation, Cawl followed her into the future.